Let the doors be open. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming consideration at report stage of Bill C-14 and on motions in group number 1.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources has 8.5 minutes remaining from her speech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to continue. As I was speaking the other day about Bill C-14, it's evident that governments, national associations, and also members of the public recognize the moral and ethical struggle that healthcare providers could experience regarding the medical assistance in dying. Most provincial and medical regulatory bodies have already provided professional guidance around safeguarding the conscious rights of physicians. Provinces like Alberta and New Brunswick say their physicians are under no obligation to participate in assistance in dying. However, they recognize that continuity of care, especially at this most critical time in a person's life, also cannot be neglected. Patients cannot be abandoned. The Canadian Medical Association's submission to the Special Joint Committee on Physician-Assisted Dying recommended that physician freedom of conscience be recognized as a key component of the federal legislative response to Carter. Participants at a public town hall meeting in Mississauga, Ontario, raised concerns about the ethical dilemmas facing physicians if they chose to be involved in medical assistance in dying. On May 10th, an amendment to Section 241.2 was carried. In effect, this amendment clarifies that there is nothing in the legislation that compels a person to provide or assist in providing medical assistance in dying. This amendment will contribute to public awareness that the bill recognizes both the rights of healthcare providers for freedom of conscience and the needs of Canadians who wish to have access to medical assistance in dying. It's clear that no healthcare provider will be required to provide medical assistance in dying. However, we must also respect the rights of people seeking this procedure to have reasonable access. We know that there are many physicians who would provide medical assistance in dying to an eligible patient under their care. We've heard from them throughout the consultations leading up to Bill C-14. In a poll of 372 physicians, the College of Family Physicians of Canada found that 65% would help a competent, consenting, dying patient end his or her life if requested. However, as was presented to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights by Dr. Jeff Blackmer of the Canadian Medical Association, having healthcare practitioners willing to provide medical assistance in dying is only one part of the equation. The other very important factor is the ability to connect eligible patients with these willing practitioners. People seeking medical assistance in dying will have already encountered many challenges. Once they have made this difficult personal choice, they don't need additional barriers such as the lack of a provider. The government has committed to develop measures that will support access to medical assistance in dying and to work with provinces and territories toward a common approach to referrals or transfer of patient care. Provinces and territories have also indicated that they feel that a third-party referral function would be a viable option. This would respond to the access needs of patients and protect the conscious rights of healthcare providers who do not wish to refer patients for medical assistance in dying. To this end, we'll be working with provinces and territories to develop an end-of-life care coordination system. In its simplest form, Madam Speaker, this system will provide for a registry of authorized providers willing to accept patients whose providers consciously objects to this practice. It could also provide a system through which patients could self-refer to an authorized provider to seek an assessment of their eligibility. The end-of-life care end-of-life care coordination system could also be a source of information and resources to both patients and providers on all aspects of medical assistance in dying, eligibility criteria, safeguards, and so on, as well as information about other end-of-life options, including palliative care. Similar systems are used in several other countries. For example, both Belgium and the Netherlands offer specialized services that provide physicians with access to a registry of trained, independent, and impartial physicians who offer consultations on end-of-life options, including euthanasia requests. Collaborative federal, provincial, territorial work could consider such international examples in establishing a made-in-Canada model to provide providers and patients with access to a system that could transfer care to a physician willing to assess and administer requests for medical assistance in dying. Additionally, the system could service medical and nurse practitioners in need of an independent consulting practitioner. For example, in rural ridings, such as one I live in remote areas and where access to a second provider is challenging. We trust our healthcare providers to work hand in hand with us in helping to maintain and improve our health. When our needs change and we look for ways to relieve suffering and avoid a long and painful end, Canadians want to be confident that these providers will not abandon them, but will help them choose their own paths. I look forward to working with my federal and provincial and territorial colleagues to ensure that when the time comes, the compassionate care and support at the end of life will be available to Canadians without undue burden or delay. Physicians are key to the end-of-life process. They're a critical thread that not only binds, but frames this whole discussion. They're imperative to move this important debate forward. I've shared my very personal experiences on palliative care, on how critical it is. I met this past weekend with a physician in my riding who spent years working with palliative patients. This is a man who is passionate about end-of-life care, and he expressed unequivocally to me how important this legislation is. He felt that there is a strong desire on behalf of the medical community in finding the right path to ensure that we have the best care options. And this legislation is a major step forward on that very important path. Madam Speaker, this legislation has created a national conversation around end-of-life care, palliative care, and home care, and how we want to be treated at the end of our lives. This has to be the most important conversations we can ever have. This is a true legacy piece. I believe the decisions we make around this bill will reverberate positively for years to come. As I said before, I'm confident the proposed legislation provides us with a balanced solution that reconciles diverse interests in medical assistance in dying and is appropriate for Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for her passionate speech. One of the things she mentioned about was choice in end-of-life care. And my concern, Madam Speaker, is when Canadians were voting this last fall, they knew that this bill was in the pipe. And the Liberals, when they campaigned, I think you're aware of it, they promised that they would put $3 billion towards palliative care and home care. And sadly, Madam Speaker, this past budget, I think you're aware, there's absolutely $0 new for palliative care. Now, we know that the Liberals are rushing this bill forward. We've seen the antics this week, and people watching today probably should know that the antics this week was about shutting down debate on this very issue. So my question to the member, if the Liberals are truly offering a choice to Canadians, there's still enough time. Could she talk to the health minister, talk to the finance minister, and please put that $3 billion into palliative care like they promised in their election campaign?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. In Budget 2016, there is indeed $3 billion for health care, and part of that discussion with the provinces and territories is clearly around home care and palliative care. And we have made that commitment, and we certainly heard it from the Minister of Health a number of times. As we know, the province and territories have jurisdiction over health care. Our role is to have the conversation with our partners to make sure that we have all of those supports to assist with assistance in dying, and to make sure that we are reflecting Canadians' rights to assistance in their very difficult time at the end of their life, and also the rights of physicians to support Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess I'm concerned that the death of this bill is becoming reasonably foreseeable. It's becoming reasonably foreseeable because it's in a grievous condition, Madam Speaker. But the good news is that it's not yet irremediable. We heard from the Alberta Court of Appeal this week that the bill already doesn't meet the requirements of the Supreme Court decision, that it won't be deemed constitutional. We still have time to change the bill to make that happen. Unfortunately, debate on that is going to close today after only 2.5 hours because of a time allocation motion by the government. So we need to get this debate right today. We need to try and form a consensus that we want a bill that's constitutional. And I would just ask the member, I mean, does she think it makes sense to charge ahead on a vote on a bill that we already know isn't constitutional, or oughtn't we make amendments to the bill to make sure that it is in fact constitutional? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable member for the question. I'm not a constitutional lawyer, so I won't speak to the constitutionality. There are a lot of lawyers who have looked at this bill and believe it will pass the test, but that's not the point. The point is we have a framework for Canadians for now. This is historic in terms of putting this bill forward, of having this very difficult conversation with Canadians. And we as a government have committed very clearly to the next steps, whether it be advanced directives, thank you very much, advanced directives and other elements that we have made a commitment to have a discussion with Canadians. And I look forward to working with my members opposite to have that very important discussion. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Don Valley East, a very brief question, please.
Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her very thoughtful speech. And I know it's a very emotional matter. I've had town hall meetings on it, and there is some confusion as to the right of conscience for doctors or nurse practitioners, etc., who may not want to do it. And I'd like her to shed light on it. Thank you.
A brief answer from the Parliamentary Secretary, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said in my remarks, and I have said previously, there really is in this bill protection for those medical practitioners who do not want to participate in this. And I believe that the idea of having a registry or a place for patients to go and for physicians and other medical practitioners to go to be able to exchange those ideas and support each other is a very important step. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to say how happy I am to be able to finally exercise my rights as a member of Parliament to speak to C14. Over the last few weeks, I've actually been in line to speak, but because of the shutting down of debate and the antics that were being put forth by the Liberals, I am really pleased to be able to talk today for my constituents. I think it's really important when Canadians watch this debate, they do remember the debacle this week and remember that the vote that this was all about was a vote on Wednesday to shut down debate on C14. And as my NDP colleague just said, Madam Speaker, we only have one more day, just a little over 2 hours to debate 16 amendments. And I think what's really important for Canadians listening to this debate to get in touch with their MPs. They only have 1 week, and I want them to look at the amendments and get in touch with their MPs, especially their Liberal MPs, because, Madam Speaker, as you know, sadly, many of the backbench Liberal MPs as well will not be able to speak to this bill. And the reason is because their front bench does not want them to speak on it. And for me, and for every member in the House, and for all Canadians, this is a very personal and a very, very important bill, which will change the social structure of our country with strong views on many sides of the debate. If you look at the foundation and the founding principles of our country and the great democracies around the world, Madam Speaker, they're based on rights for life, for liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And today we are actually debating some of the opposites of that. The opposite of life being death, the opposite of liberty is enclosement and pursuit of happiness. The opposite is basically sadness. And what was really important with this bill, I've been able to speak, but also to listen to many of my constituents with very diversified opinions. And I think it's essential for all of us here in the House to respect these many points of view. Some were at the extreme of one end, very much against this bill, others very much in favor of it. But what I can say is for most of the people that I was able to listen to, there's kind of somewhere in the middle. But one thing that most of the people in Oshawa that I've talked to agree, assisted suicide should only be made available on the rarest of occasions, and of course, have the greatest of safeguards. And my concern, Madam Speaker, as you heard from my colleague here in the House, this is a flawed bill. And in the rush to pass this assisted suicide bill before the deadline of June 6th, this Liberal government has created confusion and despair. And what have the Liberals chosen to do? They've chosen to break their promise to Canadians. And I wanted to bring up and emphasize my question to my colleague across the way. When the Liberals were campaigning, they promised Canadians that they'd put $3 billion into a palliative care system. And I don't know where my colleague was reading it, but when I read the budget, there is absolutely no new money for health in this budget. So in the first year, when the government is rushing to hit this date, there is no new money to support the other side of the equation. There's nothing, there's zero. And as far as health is concerned, Madam Speaker, this is a horrible message. It means that the Prime Minister, for him, healthcare is not a priority. And Canadians expect a choice between quality palliative care and this legislation. And instead, the Liberal government has chosen to support just one half of that choice. They have put all their time and their resources into assisted suicide and have not provided the promised $3 billion to palliative care, supportive care for Canada's most vulnerable. And that's why I called upon my colleague across the way there to call on the Liberal government to immediately keep the promise, and it's not too late to invest in palliative care. Because according to the Supreme Court and what we've heard, Canadians have the right to choose between assisted death, but hopefully the government can give them a choice to live comfortably near the end of their lives. And that's where I think this is really important and why I'm so glad I'm able to speak today, because the constituents I've talked to, they feel the Liberal government needs to be held to account. Making the choice between assisted death and good palliative care has to be made available by June the 6th. And why is this so important? Because, Madam Speaker, this is the first time in Canadian history that the Supreme Court, or a government here in Canada, is drafting a law that will make it legal for one person to take the life of another. And the Supreme Court has said it's not just a required service, but they've determined that it's a matter of individual rights. And what precedents does that set? And what do the experts in palliative care say? And I'd like to share with you, Madam Speaker, but also to Canadians watching this debate, my colleagues in the House, some of the thoughts of a very special constituent of mine in Oshawa. Her name is Dr. Gillian Gilchrist. Now, Madam Speaker, Dr. Gilchrist is a leading expert in the field of palliative care, and she has practiced medicine for over 50 years. She started the palliative care system in Oshawa in 1981, which is 35 years ago. And I really don't know anyone in the country with more experience, more respect, and more knowledge. Just recently, through an initiative with Lakeridge Health in Oshawa and Queen's University, a research chair has been named in her honor dedicated to palliative care. It's actually the first fully funded academic research chair in palliative care at a community hospital in Canada. And Dr. Gilchrist has said the following about proper palliative care. She has stated that it cannot be done without a team. And there's lots that palliative care can do. There needs to be more volunteers and training. Patients deserve support, and the families need support as well. And one of the things she said to me very strongly is that euthanasia is wrong. Doctors should not do it. That is not what they were trained to do. And Dr. Gilchrist has treated more than 5,000 patients, and not one of those patients asked for euthanasia. She went on to say that palliative care cannot stretch across every corner in Canada, but with the assistance of the internet, patients can obtain assistance to treatment as well as support they need. So those individuals at the end of their lives can actually have a true choice. And we know, Madam Speaker, that experts have said that given the choice of good palliative care, 95% of patients choose life over assisted suicide. So, Madam Speaker, this affirms one of the most obvious weaknesses in the Liberal approach to this most personal and sensitive subject. How can the government rush forward so blindly towards an artificial deadline of June 6th without even providing the funds to improve palliative care options for Canadians? Have they even asked the Supreme Court for an extension? Madam Speaker, choice also belongs to doctors, whom the Supreme Court has said will have to perform this final irreversible act of assisted suicide. And doctors and institutions deserve the right of protection of conscience. We know, Madam Speaker, that doctors have taken a Hippocratic oath that calls for them to do no harm, first do no harm. So the question is, why has this Liberal government failed to adapt the legislation to provide positive protection for those doctors and institutions who cannot participate in assisted suicide due to conscientious objections? The legislation, as is being presented today, simply references conscience, but there's no guarantee of protection. There's a mishmash across the country. And Conservatives have proposed explicit provisions for conscience protection, Madam Speaker. However, this Liberal government chose watered-down protection. So, for me, Madam Speaker, it's beyond understanding how a group of 9 unelected lawyers from the Supreme Court can tell physicians how they must practice medicine. We don't see medical doctors going out telling lawyers how to practice law, especially without guaranteeing their rights to abstain from a practice that all of them swore to reject. And as Dr. Gilchrist told me, this is not why we became doctors. So, Madam Speaker, I saw that you've held up your finger. I only have a minute left, and I do want to repeat that I've been prepared for some time to speak on Bill C-14 multiple times, and I've been able to listen to my constituents. And what I think is really important for Canadians to understand, that this is not a debate about money. This is not a debate about technicalities. This is not a debate about regulations. Madam Speaker, this is an unprecedented debate about the subject of one individual taking the life of another. And it's a national debate. All Canadians deserve to have their voices heard. And I want to thank you, and I want to thank the House Leader for all they've done, because this probably is one of the most important issues that I've faced as a parliamentarian in the 12 years I've been here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Mont-Royal.
Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mont-Royal.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for his passionate defense of palliative care. I want to make sure that the Honourable Member is aware that at the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, we added in 2 amendments into the bill related to palliative care. We added an amendment into the bill and the preamble of the bill, not only authorizing but mandating the Minister of Health to work with their provincial and territorial counterparts to ensure that we improve palliative care within Canada, as well as improve care for dementia patients, as well as establishing a proper end-of-life care for Aboriginal peoples that is culturally sensitive. We also, within the report that has to come back within 5 years in analyzing the law, agreed bipartisanly to ask that there also be a report on palliative care. So while I completely understand and I agree, the last thing anyone should want is that somebody should decide that they need medical assistance in dying because of lack of proper palliative care. Nobody should make a choice because I have too much pain, I want to have medical assistance in dying. Does the member not agree that the dangers of not having a bill in place, not having any safeguards in place as of June the 6th, should at least make him consider voting in favor of the bill, flawed as he may believe it to be.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate my colleague's question because it does show that across ways, many people on different sides of the debate, there actually is a lot of agreement. And as a new member, I would like to point out, he says the Liberal Health Minister is mandated to work with the provinces and territories. Madam Speaker, working with is not the same as delivering an immediate $3 billion into palliative care. This bill, as it sits today, is extremely flawed, and it was brought up by my NDP colleague that why are the Liberals taking this approach? I asked during my speech, did they even ask for an extension from the Supreme Court? And I've heard many decisions by the Supreme Court, and I actually believe if you talk to them, they realize the work that we're doing. This is not something that needs to be rushed, and I think we have to do the best we can to get things right.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy with the tone of the discussion here this morning. I think that the sobriety of the issue is what people are showing today, and that's important. It's deplorable, however, to see, well, I have trouble explaining to myself why the government is so eager to go so quickly through this. It's such a sensitive and delicate matter. Generally speaking, it's so delicate and sensitive. There are people who are awaiting decision. Mentalities have evolved. The government, well, in fact, we've asked the government to go to the Supreme Court to seek an extension. Why couldn't they do that? That's what we need to do. We need to have the time to reflect on this. Now, as a Quebecer, I find it very sad, in fact, to see that in Quebec, such maturity was shown on the issue by members of the National Assembly and people, whereas here that's not the case. So when people are saying, well, the issue is this or that, but the issue at the basis of all of this is the suffering of patients. Is that not something the member will acknowledge?
And I want to thank my colleague from the NDP who rightfully said he's from Quebec. And this issue was thought out. I believe they had 6 years of debate through different governments. And all members in the House had time to listen to their constituents because this truly is, this is a matter of life and death. This is changing the social structure of our country. And he is correct. The Supreme Court put an artificial deadline. They came up with a date. The date can change. We're doing our work here in the House. Why does the government insist on rushing forward so that voices such as my constituents and my colleagues' constituents cannot be heard, and the backbench Liberal MPs who I know Canadians deserve their member to be heard in this House?
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member, l'honorable député de Mont-Royal.
Honourable Member for Mont-Royal. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honour to have this opportunity to participate in the debate on such a fundamental issue today.
Acknowledging the incredible hard work and the nonpartisan spirit of all of the members of the committee, the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, I want to thank my co-chair, the deputy chairs, the Honourable Member for Provencher and the Honourable Member for Victoria, as well as the members of the committee, the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton, the Honourable Member for Niagara Falls, the Honourable Member for West Nova, St. Catharines, York, South-Wested, Mississauga, Erin Mills, and Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, for their ability to work together in harmony, even where we have an area where many people fundamentally disagree and hold true to very solid convictions and views and beliefs. We were able to work together in a nonpartisan way and agree on 16 amendments to the bill before us. Now, it is true that not every member of our committee got everything they wanted. In fact, most of us didn't get most of what we wanted, but what we did have was harmonious and agreeable debate, which should be an example, I think, to all of us in this House as to how parliamentarians should conduct themselves. So now I want to talk about the bill itself and why I strongly support the adoption of the bill, and I want to put this in context. We're at a point where the Supreme Court delay is June the 6th. I'm not going to attribute fault to anyone as to how we got here, but we only have a very short time to pass a bill. Where the honourable member previously asked, well, why don't we just go to the court and get another delay? The court made it very clear when we got our last 4-month delay of their original deadline that they expected us to move forward and adopt legislation by June the 6th. Now, it doesn't mean that we couldn't go back and ask again, but all of us should know that where the court ever grants a delay a second time, which is extremely unusual, it relates to an absolute inability of Parliament to get a law through. So I would ask everyone to consider, what situation will we be in if we have no law on June the 6th? We will have no safeguards in place. The current court decision that requires judicial review of an application for medically assisted dying will expire on June the 6th. This will mean that there will be no waiting period that is required. There will be no requirement for independent witnesses to somebody requesting medically assisted death. There will be no requirement of a second opinion by a physician or nurse practitioner that somebody meets the qualification of grievous and irremediable illness. And I would ask all of my colleagues on that side of the House, certainly within the Conservative Party, to consider what situation we're going to be in if we have no bill. Because it is not going to be a pretty situation where we have absolutely no safeguards to make sure that those requesting medically assisted assistance in dying truly have a grievous and irremediable medical condition. It is very serious. I also want to talk about why we're here. The Court of Appeals, the NDP colleague referred to the Court of Appeals of Alberta. That explains to me all the more why we need safeguards and a law in place by June the 6th. We had a decision where a psychological patient who was not terminally ill, who had a short consultation with a psychiatrist lasting less than 5 minutes to evaluate her competence, was able to request medical assistance in dying and have it affirmed by the Court of Appeal. It is not true to say, as my colleague did, that they said the law was invalid. They weren't looking at the current proposed law. They were looking and trying to interpret the Carter decision by the Supreme Court, the same way that we all are. So my view is, as parliamentarians, we need to tell the courts what principles we want to put forward, what safeguards we want to put forward, so that courts will look at the will of Parliament as opposed to doing what all of us are now trying to do and guess what the Supreme Court meant in the Carter decision. I also want to point out that we should act cautiously here. Canada will only be the 9th jurisdiction in the world to allow medical assistance in dying. In the vast majority of these jurisdictions, the only people that can avail themselves of medical assistance in dying are people who are near their end of life, people who have 6 months to live in the US, people who are near death in Colombia. There are only 3 jurisdictions in the world, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg, that allow people to ask for their lives to be taken when they are not terminal. But the Supreme Court in Carter clearly contemplated a situation where you couldn't quite max Section 7 and have Section 7 compliance if we put in an end date. So we said reasonably foreseeable. That has to be reasonably foreseeable. It is a safeguard. It is not perfect, Mr. Speaker, but it is far better than having no requirement whatsoever that death be reasonably foreseeable. And so, as a result, when this bill came to committee, we looked at it carefully. We looked at what are the things that are missing from the bill that we would like to see there. We, by consensus, added in conscience rights for physicians, nurse practitioners, and pharmacists. We stated that under the Act, nobody was obliged to perform physician assistance in dying, and in the preamble, we referred back to Sections 2 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which guarantees freedoms of religion and freedoms of conscience, to make it very clear that we did not intend for anyone to be coerced into doing this. We also added palliative care into the bill, which I thought was very important, I referred to in my previous question. We also inserted protections for people who might also be associated with the Act, social workers, therapists. We required that death certificates include medical assistance in dying as being one of the reason for death, as well as the primary cause of the disease that led there. And, Mr. Speaker, I think again, while nobody got exactly what they wanted here, we have a far better solution than what we otherwise might have in this situation where we have no legislation and no guidance to the courts on what Parliament truly wanted. Mon collègue dans le NPD.
My NDP colleague talked about Quebec's experience. I, too, am a member from Quebec. But the Quebec experience is completely different from what we are facing as federal legislators here. The problem is that Quebec did take 6 years, yes, to achieve a consensus, but we're not in the same situation because we are facing a decision from the Supreme Court of Canada that tells us that there is a percentage of people who have a constitutional right to deal with their situation when they're in and it would be irresponsible for the government to not take action before the deadline given to us by the Supreme Court of Canada.
Craft this consensus. I wish, to be honest, Madam Speaker, that we had had more time at the Standing Committee of Justice and Human Rights. We tried our best. We listened to over 40 witnesses who told us many different things because there's so many different views in Canadian society on this bill. We spent many hours going clause by clause through the bill. Over 20, we had over 100 amendments that we considered. We had 3 full days and nights of meetings. But had we had more time to work together as colleagues in 3 parties to draft together like we were trying to do on the fly, possibly we would have done better. But it doesn't mean, Madam Speaker, that after June the 6th, we can't improve on this bill. One of the things that we inserted in the bill, for example, was a requirement that the Minister of Health work on these studies, especially on directives, on advanced directives, to start within 6 months. And again, Madam Speaker, we need to be cautious on advanced directives. There are only 3 countries that allow advanced directives, and 2 of them only allow them for somebody who is in an irreversible coma. So the idea we should suddenly be allowing medical directives in advance for dementia patients without any proper review or safeguards or understanding of the issue, to me, is faulty. But we do have the opportunity in the future, Madam Speaker, to correct any flaws that we do see now in the bill. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to use my last 30 seconds here to try to prevail upon my colleagues in this House, many of whom possibly wish that the Supreme Court had never rendered the Carter decision, leaving this House with more latitude. But we are where we are. There is going to be medically assisted dying in Canada after June the 6th. The only question is, will it be with no safeguards, with doctors and nurse practitioners trying to interpret Carter, or will it be with clear safeguards that we have in C-14? For me, the clear safeguards in C-14 are the far better choice. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, Madam Speaker, I find it interesting that our honourable colleague across the way has used words such as on the fly. We've had 3 full days of discussions. We have debated pipelines in this House longer than we are debating one of the most fundamentally and important pieces of legislation that this Parliament or that before us or moving forward will ever. We are dealing with life and death. And I'm sure, Madam Speaker, through you, that the honourable colleague did not mean to say good enough is good enough, I guess. When we're dealing with life and death, this government did everything in their power to stall this debate earlier this week and throughout this whole process. And it's unacceptable. Madam Speaker, through you, I ask the honourable colleague, is good enough when we're dealing with life and death?
Madam Speaker, I think my honourable friend across clearly misinterpreted what I said. When I talked about bipartisanship, I meant bipartisanship, and I think that question wasn't really bipartisan. It was accusing one side. I mean, I could just as easily stand here and say that the previous government should have acted earlier, but I'm not going to do that because I have no way of knowing why they didn't or what they didn't do, or nor do I agree with the premise that we wanted to not have debate. The real question is not good enough is good enough. I believe this is a good bill. Do I think it could have been more to my liking if I had drafted every word myself? Of course. I think I'm a great drafter. But what I know is that this bill is much better than having no safeguards in place as of June the 6th when the Supreme Court decision in Carter comes into force, and we can't ignore that there is a court decision.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
You know, at second reading, I was quite inclined to agree with some of the arguments that the members put forward in terms of the need for a federal law. I do agree that ultimately we need to have a federal law. I think we need to proceed cautiously, but over the course, the way that the bill has been handled, and ultimately having a bill that we already have good reason to believe is not going to meet the constitutional test, Madam Speaker, is of great concern to me. I think it would be worthwhile to take the little time we have because of time allocation and try and make the bill better. There are two problems that the member identified. One is the upcoming deadline, and one is a lack of certainty about what the Carter decision actually means. I would say there's a number of experts that are saying that this bill doesn't meet that test, and I take that very seriously. We've called on the government to refer this bill to the Supreme Court, and I submit to the member that that would solve both problems. They could submit this legislation to the court, ask for a review and an opinion on the bill, as well as an extension for Parliament to be able to take that opinion of the Supreme Court back and then continue the debate with certainty from the Supreme Court about what exactly they meant in Carter. So why won't they send it to the Supreme Court and ask for more time to have deliberations on this in light of the Supreme Court's opinion?
Honourable member for Mont Royal.
See, this is very interesting, Madam Speaker, because I see some members who are completely against medical assistance in dying to some extent, agreeing with the honourable member for Elmwood-Tascona. And this is the real problem. To me, the Court of Appeal decision in Alberta was exactly the reason we need to have a law and safeguards in place, because it allowed a psychiatric patient who is not terminal to have medical assistance in dying. And the court needs guidance from Parliament. They need Parliament to tell the court, no, that is not what we want. We need to make sure that these safeguards are in place, and this is the category of people who are on a path to death that are entitled to medical assistance in dying. And if they don't do that, if Parliament doesn't do that, then we're simply allowing the courts to dictate to Parliament exactly what all of the rules are. That's not what the court even contemplated, Madam Speaker. The court told us they expected us to set out a law, and they said they would give great deference to it. So I don't agree that this law is unconstitutional, but I think by us acting and making clear what our intentions are, we have a far greater chance of the Supreme Court listening to the will of Parliament.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I sit here and look up in the gallery, I just noticed some of our young finest air cadets that have just walked in, and I just would like to acknowledge the air cadets in the room today. I just would like to talk about four issues that I have, I guess, with the process and with the current legislation. The notwithstanding clause I'd like to bring up compelling, deeming, and a free vote. The notwithstanding clause, I'll start with that, Madam Speaker. I think a lot of us, especially on this side, I think we're a little bit frustrated that the Supreme Court struck down the law of the land that basically said it wasn't adequate to deal with this particular issue. And I guess I just would argue that this body represents 30+ million Canadians, and that we're the ones that make the laws in this country, Madam Speaker. And I think we need to remind the courts of that. Certainly they're challenged to uphold the laws that we write in this place. But when I see the wringing of hands from the other side that we're down to this deadline, it's so imminent, I would just like to challenge them that we are the body that makes the laws, not the Supreme Court. Second, I'd like to just talk about compelling. And I'll read a couple of the amendments proposed by a colleague of mine. 7.1, it is recognized that the medical practitioner, nurse practitioner, pharmacist, or other healthcare institution, care provider, or any such institution is free to refuse and provide direct or indirect medical assistance in dying. Sounds pretty practical to me. 2, no medical practitioner, nurse practitioner, pharmacist, or other healthcare institution, care provider, or any such institution, tongue-tied today, Madam Speaker, shall be deprived of any benefit or be subject to any obligation or sanction under any law of the Parliament of Canada solely by reason of their exercise in respect of medical assistance in dying. And I guess what I'm getting to, I won't continue to read, but just compelling one to cause someone else to die. And it was brought up to us by a member of this chamber who is a medical physician. And this particular medical physician actually said, the medical physician isn't the actual individual that actually performs the action. Often it's going to be a nurse or it's going to be some other medical staff that has to perform the actual act of taking a life. And I guess that's where I get really concerned. I just talked to somebody walking up to the Hill yesterday. I talked about my argument with C14 about the compelling side of things. And he was actually supportive of making physicians and nurses perform the action of ending someone's life, regardless of what their moral beliefs are, regardless of what their religion is, etc. And that deeply concerns me, because that's why I think my honourable colleague in the NDP just mentioned, without bringing this to the Supreme Court, if we're going to put in amendments, without getting their sign-off on this, my concern is that some practitioner who chooses to refuse to actually enact an order to put somebody out of their misery and end their life will come before the Supreme Court, and they will have to go through the legal expense, go through all that grief just to stand up for their beliefs, because the legislation doesn't adequately protect them. Huge concern for me and my constituents. I'd also like to talk about, as I've talked about before in this place, about deeming. But I don't think I did a good enough job the first time in explaining what deeming really is and really what it gets to. It's page 12 and 13 of the actual Act, C14, and it's in relation to the Pension Act. And I'll read the actual clauses. For the purposes of this Act, if a member of the forces receives medical assistance in dying, that member is deemed to have died as a result of the illness, disease, or disability for which they are determined to be eligible to receive that assistance in accordance with that paragraph. The following page, there's another clause, Clause 7, that references members of the forces, and it's very similar in what it's expressing. My deep concern, forces member or a veteran is somehow in tough times financially, and this becomes a decision or an option for them as a way to get their family out of a financial burden is by doing the ultimate and making the ultimate decision and ending their life. The fact that it's not an option today, this will make that an option in the future, and that deeply concerns me. And then what of life insurance? What of other documents that we have that relate to illness? What of those? Are they going to be similarly worded that this would somehow encourage a member or a veteran to take that sad path? Lastly, I just would like to talk about free votes. On this side, we got asked a lot about this after the last Parliament. Asked about how many free votes do Conservatives have, how many free votes do the other sides have, and I said, well, when we were on this side, there was over 200 plus. It was too many to count how many free votes where we actually were given the choice, the true choice to make up our minds in this place. And I counted on the other side, I think the Libs at the time was around 20, roughly, because there was a few that stood to oppose different things. The NDP, there was one. And this is what brings me, I guess, some more concern, is that some of these motions have already been voted on in this House. And all we've seen on the other side is 1-0 in opposition of that particular motion. That concerns me that free votes are not really occurring and that they're being whipped into supporting this particular motion. And I say that, I guess, I say that in a challenging way. I don't say that as a way just to say you need to stay there to the government. I think it's a challenge to the Liberals, especially across the way, to really hold free votes on this. We know there's a bunch of different members on the other side with different issues of conscience with this bill. And I just would challenge the government to really stick to their principles and open and accountable governments anyways, etc. Really hold to those principles with this particular bill. As my colleague said from Caribou Prince George, this is going to be the defining piece of legislation that comes out of this Parliament. And what it's going to look like into the future is going to affect our kids, their kids, well into the future. And I think it needs to be done right. And as another member, as I referred to from the NDP, we need to make sure that this law is going to hold up in court, in Supreme Court, in the laws of the land. And I think it would be wise to have a conversation with the Supreme Court about this particular legislation with the amendments, and have the courts come back to us and say this is what would hold up, this is what wouldn't hold up. Short of that, this is just a simple an exercise in taking a bunch of time for something that's going to need to be changed all over again. So I guess that's all I have to say. I know we put together motions, as I said. I mentioned to colleagues a few of his amendments, sorry, Madam Speaker. But certainly our amendments aren't anything strange. There aren't anything that's beyond what's expected in the Canadian public. Freedom of choice, freedom of religion, freedom of association, all the rest of it. That we ultimately, Canadians, we want them to be free to make that decision, but we also don't want them to be forced into, medical practitioners I'm referring to now, Madam Speaker, forced into making a decision that goes completely against those freedoms. And I think I'll just end with this. I referred to her earlier as a medical practitioner in this place. A very compassionate argument about being forced into this position of possibly having to end someone's life against that physician's will. And I don't want to have to see any medical doctor, any nurse, anybody have to perform that action when they do not want to do that because of their beliefs. I think it's a slippery slope, as many have said. Deeply concerned about it, and I hope the House and I hope that the government side really will think long and hard about pushing this legislation through without due process. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
This one. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies made reference to the notwithstanding clause, and I'm always a little bit nervous about telling somebody their rights temporarily don't matter. It's something that I don't find terribly helpful. Now, when the member says he wants to make sure that anything that happens is safe for future Supreme Court decisions, I'm wondering why he thinks that matters if he's willing to use a notwithstanding clause in the first place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, well, simply it's two different situations, Madam Speaker. The first is that we have a law that was sufficient all the way up until last year when the Supreme Court decided that it wasn't. That's the premise of the start of my conversation. My following 3 points were made that if the government is going to proceed without going through the notwithstanding clause process, then we would go through the rest. I'll just inform the member across the way. It was on a plane ride home, actually, from Ottawa to Vancouver, that I sat next to a Supreme Court justice of the appellate court. And I said, well, how do we check you? Canadians can check us at any point, and it's called elections or feedback letters. And he says, well, there is a mechanism to check us, and it's called the notwithstanding clause. Clearly, that's our way to check the courts and to have our say in that body. And I think we need to seriously consider it in this matter. Thank you.
Then comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As the member mentioned,
I think there's grave concerns among healthcare professionals, not just physicians, but quite frankly, nurses, young residents, others that would be compelled and quite frankly ordered on an order paper to participate in this act. currently the legislation as outlined really does not provide protection for those that choose not to participate. And that's not just about physicians, that's about nurses and young Canadians who have become residents, young Canadians who are participating in the healthcare field. I'd like to ask the member his thoughts with respect to how those individuals could be protected, because right now this legislation protects one group of healthcare professionals, but quite frankly doesn't treat the other group fairly.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. Absolutely. I think the clause that an amendment was put forward by one of our colleagues, 7.1 and 7.2 as are referred to, and some of these positions are not protected, as the member stated. We're talking about not just medical practitioners, we're talking about pharmacists, we're talking about any kind of health institution that will allow this act to be performed within it, faith-based health care providers. It's really a wide open door to who can be drawn into this situation, and without sufficient protections, I'm just deeply concerned that all of these groups will be wrapped up into this legislation and be forced to do something against their beliefs.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I want to just talk about his conclusion that this Parliament should use the notwithstanding clause. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, I come from the province of Quebec, and when I was 18 years old, the province of Quebec used the notwithstanding clause to ban English from commercial signs. And it enraged me, Mr. Speaker, and it enraged our community. And for me, Mr. Speaker, no matter how passionately the honourable member feels about a subject, the use of the notwithstanding clause to tell a group of people who feel that their rights have been vindicated by the Supreme Court that suddenly you no longer have that right is not, Mr. Speaker, I think what the honourable member really should consider to be a fair and just solution. So I'd ask the honourable member, can you please look at that in light of the experience that I lived in Quebec, that my community lived, and please reconsider his views.
Honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll just clarify one thing. I finished with the free vote from the government. That's actually was my conclusion, was that the opposite side talks about open and accountable government and a new way of doing business here in Ottawa, and yet free votes, I question whether they're really occurring on the other side. Just by the numbers that oppose any government legislation. Usually on our side we'd have anywhere from 1 to 10, 15. There were honest free votes in this House. And I just would challenge the other side to have a free vote on this on their side. And prove it. I know there's diverse
on
views
charter
on this
rights,
other
you
side.
said you would vote as a caucus.
Thank you.
Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to recognize Asian Heritage Month and the endless contributions that people of Asian descent have made to Canada's social and economic fabric. We are who we are as a nation because of those contributions. Our rich Canadian Asian heritage comes from people of Chinese, Bangladeshi, Filipino, Vietnamese, Pakistani, Tamil, and Indian heritage, and many more. Special events can be found year-round and have become a part of who we are as a nation. For example, I think of Chinese New Year, the many summer Filipino fiestas, or our fall Diwali celebrations. We should all take pride in our Asian community as it continues to grow in many ways, and in the very real way, how it has become a part of the very fabric of our society and who we are as a nation. To quote our Prime Minister, we are stronger not in spite of our diversity, but because of our diversity. Our Asian Canadian community helps make Canada one of the best countries of the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Brandis Souris.
Madam Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to rise today to congratulate the Brandon Wheat Kings on clinching the Western Hockey League Championship in Game 5 last week in Seattle. I know all of Westman is proud of their Wheat Kings as they have played with grit and determination throughout this whole season. Under the tremendous leadership of Kelly McCrimmon, these upstanding young men are role models both on and off the ice. I would also like to wish them great success in the Memorial Cup starting this week, tonight in Red Deer, Alberta. This will be the 6th time the Wheat Kings in their franchise history have competed in this national championship, and I know all Manitobans will be cheering them on. So on behalf of the great constituents of Brandon Souris, go Wheaties, go!
The honourable member for Stevenson, Richmond East.
Madam Speaker, I'm honoured to stand today to pay special tribute to the recently opened Richmond campus of Trinity Western University. As many know, Trinity Western University provides a high-quality, values-based education to its students, and I'm pleased that TWU has chosen Richmond as its newest location. TW Richmond kindly invited me to attend their grand opening last September, and again in March for an official visit where Professor Calvin Townsend allowed me to teach his Introduction to Political Thinking class. I would like to thank Professor Townsend for his kind opportunity. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Trinity Western University to Richmond and to extend to its faculty and to its students my best wishes for success. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Madam Speaker, with the return of nice weather, Trois-Rivières has even more to offer tourists from all over. Whether you come by car, boat, or plane, every step has been taken to give you a proper welcome. Whatever turns your crank, there's something for everyone. If you're a festival buff, keep dancing. Check out Festivois or the Blues Festival. Sports fans, there's the Trois-Rivières Grand Prix and the International Canoe Classic. More into shows, at the Cogeco Theatre, Thompson Hall, or Le Satire Cabaret, you can see everything from Cirque du Soleil to Céline Dion. Are you a believer or on a spiritual quest? You might enjoy a pilgrimage to the Notre-Dame-du-Cap Sanctuary and Festival. What's more, with one of the most diverse assortments of museums, Trois-Rivières is proud of its reputation as a city of history and culture. I hope lots of you will discover our warm trifluvian welcome when you travel through the heart of Quebec.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last month, the Whitby Hall of Fame welcomed its 2016 inductees, Jason Pottinger, a two-time Grey Cup winner, David Branch, the commissioner of the Ontario Hockey League, and Gavin Prout, a player with the National Lacrosse League. I am pleased to rise today to draw attention to their outstanding contributions. We know that participation in sports help our young people build character and improve confidence and commit to healthy, active lifestyles. Each inductee is an example to our young people in our community and across the country. Jason, David, and Gavin, I congratulate you for your outstanding achievements, both as sportsmen and community leaders. I also want to welcome the 2nd Vanden Bosch Whitby Air Cadets to Ottawa today. You all represent the town of Whitby in a very positive way, and I thank you for your service.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Madam Speaker, on May 7th, I was honoured to attend the Swan Valley Sport Fish Enhancement Annual Banquet to celebrate their fisheries conservation work. Good. I am proud to support the excellent research, education, and conservation work this organization does. As an angler and fisheries biologist myself, I am very pleased to support those who are dedicated to the conservation of the valuable fish resources in our many beautiful water bodies. Swan Valley Sport Fishing Enhancement works tirelessly to conserve and enhance game fish populations through education, research, and conducting on-the-ground fisheries enhancement projects. However, the group truly succeeds by incorporating their own love for fishing and conservation with efforts to encourage experienced anglers, young people, and families to explore and experience what our beautiful region has to offer. Madam Speaker, it is organizations like this all across the country that do tireless work to ensure we have sustainable fish populations. These are Canada's real environmentalists. I thank them for their effort.
The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Madam Speaker, I concede in this House that Canada stands for reconciliation. Right Honourable Prime Minister apologized in this House 2 days ago with a sincere intention of genuine reconciliation. Kamangata Maru was a symbol of exclusionary laws and racism. It's a memory that never dies down. This apology by the government and forgiveness by the community will act as a link between past, present, and the future. When Prime Minister apologized, he had performed an act of healing the wounds of the history for this ethnic group who were part of this multicultural Canada would get healed forever. Please accept my thanks on behalf of the community. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
The honourable member for La Salle-Mar Verdun. Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to rise in the House to talk about an organization that is a credit to my riding of La Salle-et-Mar-Verdun and to the City of Montreal. Founded in 1991, Station Famille aims to support young families by equipping them with coping skills, education, and training so that they can thrive. Based on values of respect for self and others, the organization aims to enhance parenting skills and help each family member break out of their isolation. I'm pleased to announce that Station Famille will be turning 25 on May 29th. I invite you to celebrate this happy event at the Giant Picnic in Campbell West Park in Montreal. To those who make Station Famille such a welcoming place, happy birthday and many more.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to voice my support for recognizing the month of January as Tamil Heritage Month. January is a significant to the Tamil community because it includes Thai Pongal and the Tamil Harvest Festival. It would provide an opportunity to showcase the Tamil community's vibrant culture, history, and traditions with fellow Canadians. Tamil Canadians have overcome tremendous obstacles and have made significant contribution to the growth and prosperity of Canada. The Sri Lankan Tamil community is a model for any refugee community and is one that Canada can be proud of. It is only fitting that Tamil Heritage Month be dedicated to celebrate the Canadian Tamil community's unique cultural life and to recognize their contribution to Canadian society. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Madam Speaker, on Wednesday, the Prime Minister of Canada stood in the House in Parliament to apologize for the Kamagata-Maru incident of 1914. I was so proud to stand with this government as we did the right thing for the South Asian community here in Canada. For the families and descendants who came here, this piece of Canada's history is a deeply impactful event. People showed up at Canada's doorstep in need, were refused food and water, kept on a ship for months, and they then turned back. That is not the Canada we know and love. Over the decades following, we built a reputation as a welcoming, open, diverse country on the world stage. Sikhs in Canada thrived despite the Kamagata-Maru incident. This government showed the community the respect of standing up and apologizing for this tragedy. I would like to thank the Prime Minister for his leadership in this. This is Canada at our best. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Madam Speaker, I rise in the House today to recognize National Police Week, which this year runs from May 15th to the 21st. Throughout this week, Canadians have the opportunity to connect and engage with their police officers from coast to coast to coast. Madam Speaker, we are blessed to live in one of the safest and most livable countries in the world. Our relative safety is a reflection of our values and Canadians' respect for the rule of law. And there is perhaps no better reflection of those values than the very special relationship which exists between Canadians in every community and the dedicated men and women of our police services who each and every day place themselves in harm's way to keep us safe. Madam Speaker, it is worth noting this week that there is no other country in the world that has, as one of its most enduring national symbols, a police officer on a horse. It is a symbol which recognizes the history and the service of the RCMP and officers from police services across Canada and the critical role that they have played and continue to play in upholding the laws and values of our country. This week, we have the opportunity to acknowledge the outstanding work of dedicated and courageous police officers who serve us each day, and I encourage all Canadians to join me in thanking them for their selfless devotion.
Chilliwack Hope.
Madam Speaker, I rise in the House today to pay tribute to some of the remarkable constituents I represent. In response to the devastating fires in Fort McMurray, Gord Van Leerhoven and others started the Chilliwack for Fort Mac initiative. Within 48 hours, our community had banded together to raise $24,000 in cash and send 4 semi-trailers full of donated supplies to the evacuees. In response to a rash of violent crime in the downtown core, Amber Short and Emily Sayward have organized the Chilliwack Walk for Peace taking place tonight. As they've said, let's remind ourselves that Chilliwack is a place filled with incredible people who want nothing but the best for their neighbour. In both of these examples, people have seen a problem and have decided to take action and become a part of the solution. I'm proud to represent the people of Chilliwack Hope in this House, and salute the efforts of so many to make our communities a better place in which to live.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker, at the age of 18, I left Iran in pursuit of my education. I could have not imagined then, one day, I would earn the honor and privilege of standing in this House. I'm proud to be an Iranian. I'm proud to be a Canadian. I bring a unique perspective to this House few before me have. I understand the challenges and aspirations of many Iranian Canadians. A regime does not define its people, just as the divisive nature of our previous government did not define the Canadian values. It is disappointing to witness in this House some of my colleagues' attempt to conflate legitimate questions about the Iranian regime with the proud heritage of Iranian Canadian people. Canada is better off when engaging with the rest of the world. Indeed, the world is better off when Canada is engaged. I urge the House to heed to the calls of countless Iranian Canadians advocating for re-establishing diplomatic and commercial relationships between Canada and
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Madam Speaker, we support the oldest French immersion school in Canada in Trois-Pistoles. Founded in 1932, this center, the Language Center, has around 600 students every year in all of our language programs at all levels. Today, I'd like to underscore the principal's contribution, who received the Award of Merit from the University of Western Ontario for her exceptional contribution to the development of this school and achieving excellence in teaching. The principal is very encouraging to all students, and one of the former students enjoyed the experience so much that they now live in the area. The school, despite all of its success, there is room for improvement, but that should not discourage anyone from coming and trying out the school.
Madam Speaker, when the routing boundaries changed and Penticton was no longer in the area I represented, some local hockey fans suggested I would never be able to again to boast about a major junior hockey achievement in this place. I am proud to announce, Madam Speaker, those critics were wrong. Not only have the West Kelowna Warriors defeated the Penticton Vs in the postseason, they have won the BCHL title, qualified for the RBC Cup National Junior Championships, and tomorrow will play against the Brooks Bandits in the semifinal. Now, this is an amazing achievement for a group of young leaders who play with their hearts and refuse to quit. I ask this House to join me in recognizing the success of the West Kelowna Warriors and all the teams who are competing at the RBC Cup in Lloydminster. Best of success to these young athletes, and Madam Speaker, have a safe and enjoyable long weekend, and of course, happy birthday to Victoria. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin's Mills.
Madam Speaker, I present to the House today a great achievement for my city. Yesterday, Mississauga celebrated the arts and local artists through the Mississauga Arts Council 22nd Annual Marty's Awards. Artists were awarded for visual, literary, media, and performance arts. The Mississauga Arts Council began in 1994 as a small arts festival and has expanded its honorarium to a prestigious celebration in the community. Madam Speaker, art is the heart and soul of any community, and Mississauga is full of heart and soul. I congratulate MAC for being that driving force and on their achievements. I would also like to give my personal congratulations to the recipients of last night's Marty's Awards, including my constituent selfie man Randy Persad and watercolor queen Fatima Fassi. I also thank Mayor Crombie and her husband Brian for their undying devotion to the arts community. I'm proud to have such an organization in my city. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the President of the Treasury Board, and it relates to a situation many public servants are facing, including people from all our ridings. Thousands of employees and contractors are caught making tough decisions for their families because they have been going for weeks, sometimes months, without a paycheck. What is the minister doing in order to ensure these hard-working public servants and contractors are getting paid in short order?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that question. And it's it's been decades since the pay system was modernized. This government is working to have a pay system that supports the hardworking members of the civil service. There's a few glitches on the way, and they are being attended to as quickly as possible. And we will have a system that pays accurately and effectively in short order. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, motion number 6 was the most anti-democratic proposal that this Parliament has ever seen. It removed all power from the opposition to hold this government to account. The motion would have given control of the House to the Cabinet, and it gave us a glimpse of what the Liberals are prepared to do when they don't get their own way. They've shown Canadians that they can't be trusted with the power that has been given to them. Now when it comes to changing the way we vote, now more than ever, Canadians need to have the final say. Will they commit to holding a referendum before they make any changes to our electoral system?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, it's great to see you in this chair on this wonderful Friday. I'd like to remind the House that any changes that we make to the electoral system will only proceed if Canadians deem it legitimate and if we have their consent. We will work with all members of this House to ensure that the voices of those Canadians with disabilities and exceptionalities, new Canadians, Indigenous persons, and those who are often marginalized are included in this important conversation.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Just can't bring themselves to say the word referendum, Mr. Speaker. The right to have the final say on how we vote belongs to Canadians, not to the Liberal elite. They don't get to unilaterally choose what system of democracy we operate under. They've already rigged the deck on the Electoral Reform Committee, giving themselves a majority when a majority of Canadians don't even support them. They don't have a legitimate mandate to change Canada's electoral system. Will they drop all these heavy-handed, anti-democratic tactics and assure us that Canadians will have the final say through a referendum?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Madam Speaker, I can assure you that we will go out of our way to ensure that Canadians have the first and the final say in how we go about our electoral reform priority.
Hear, hear. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Madam Speaker, once again, the government is showing arrogance by proposing that a partisan Liberal committee will analyze our electoral reform. Why, Madam Speaker, does the government want to control our democracy when a referendum on the issue is the most transparent way of acting?
Madam Speaker, during the last election, we committed to bringing our democratic institutions into the 21st century. We didn't intend to predetermine the outcome like some of my honourable colleagues have. We committed to bringing together a group of elected parliamentarians from all party lines to study the options available and to make a recommendation to this House. We intend to do that. We will deliver on that promise, and I look forward to working with all members of this House to that end.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Madam Speaker, the Liberals can sing, take selfies, and seek out public appearances, but they must respect the interest of Canadians. Why, Madam Speaker, will a partisan Liberal committee break up our democracy when a referendum on electoral reform is the best initiative to undertake? The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I do not accept the premise of that statement. In the 21st century, we have many tools available to us that are more inclusive, that are more relevant to the realities of the people who live in this diverse nation of ours. We intend to employ those tools. We intend to reach out to those Canadians that don't normally engage in this process. This may not be okay with the members opposite, but that is our way of ensuring that the Canadians in the 21st century Canada are included in this important conversation.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member from New Westminster, Burnaby.
The NEB's report on Kinder Morgan
decision is the direct result of a broken environmental review system. The public was shut out, cross-examinations were banned, First Nations were not consulted, and even the NEB admits that there'll be significant impacts from oil tankers on killer whales and Indigenous rights. No kidding. Yet Liberals are relying on the Conservative system with a thin coat of new paint for this process. How is a 4-month road trip supposed to make up for Conservative dismantling of environmental reviews? Why are Liberals validating the Conservative approach?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We believe that we need to rebuild trust in our environmental assessment process. That's what we've been doing. We introduced interim principles where we are consulting and engaging with Indigenous peoples, where we are making decisions based on facts and science, where we're considering the impact in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. The Minister of Natural Resources announced a separate process to review this project, and we will be going forward in this manner. Thank you.
Honourable Member for a New Westminster Burnaby.
On access to information, too, it's same as the old government. The Liberal government routinely blocks requests on issues like the KPMG tax havens, and Liberals are actually looking to give their ministers the power to block any request. That's even worse than the Conservatives. The Information Commissioner is calling the Liberal approach, and I quote, a mirage. Now, this government has shut down debate, moved to strip the rights of MPs, and it seems they've taken question period lessons from Paul Calandra. Why are Liberals now trying to make government secrecy even worse?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, for the very first time since 1983, we are modernizing and updating access to information to ensure openness, transparency, and accountability in government. And we're making sure we're seeking ways to make sure that information is more accessible to Canadians, while balancing that with our responsibility to protect certain information in the public interest.
That's right.
So, Madam Speaker, we do look forward to the committee's report that is studying just this as part of our extensive consultations with the public on access to information.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, the Liberals had promised major reforms to access to information. They committed to giving the Commissioner the authority to issue orders, to force the government to publicize information. But the Liberals also want to give ministers a veto right over those decisions by the Commissioner. So really nothing will change. The government says that it wants to be transparent, then it should stop pretending. Will it, yes or no, abandon this idea that makes no sense?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we are consulting Canadians and parliamentarians on the process for reforming and reviewing access to information. The government has already put an end to the fees required for access to information that went above $5. We've also called on departments to provide their responses, so with respect to practical formats to be used. Madam Speaker, we are eager to continue working with all interested parties and parliamentarians. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, this is starting to look like another broken promise. On to another mismanaged file, medical assistance in dying. The government keeps referring to June 6th as a Supreme Court deadline to refuse debate and refuse to limit debate and refuse to work with the opposition. But what is odd is that the government isn't overly concerned about respecting the content of that decision. It's irresponsible to put forth a bill that a number of experts and now the Alberta Court of Appeal have deemed unconstitutional. How can the government defend C-14 when it doesn't respect the Charter of Rights and Freedoms?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, allow me to be clear. The decision by the Court of Appeal for Alberta did not deal with the C-14. Under Carter, the Supreme Court told us that the Parliament was in the best position to put in place a framework for medical assistance in dying with the required safeguards. That is what we are doing. The decision from Alberta underscores the need for having legislation in place by June 6th. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Pré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Madam Speaker, That government is not respecting Canadians. When a government wants to change the basic rules, the fundamental rules of our democracy, everyone must have a say. All options should be on the table, and we should not be refusing to give Canadians the right to say no. The minister is refusing to listen to her reason, and her answers are insulting to Canadians. Will the minister responsible for democratic reform come out of her bubble and agree to hold a referendum? The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, when the former government decided to make significant changes to the Fair Elections Act, did they consult with Canadians?
No.
Did they consult with parliamentarians?
No.
Did they include the voices of those Canadians that would be most affected by those changes? They did not. We will not take any lessons from the former government. We will ensure that we learn from their mistakes and bring our electoral system into the 21st century in a responsible and inclusive manner.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Madam Speaker, our electoral system and the right to vote don't belong to that government nor to the Prime Minister. No government in Canada has attempted to impose a new electoral system without a referendum since the early 50s. The last time it was attempted, politicians manipulated the system, and I want to know whether this government will listen to Canadians, will seek out consent from Canadians before changing the electoral system.
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Speaker, it appears that the member opposite may need a reminder of historical events. In 1872, Canada adopted the secret ballot. In 1918, women began to be extended the franchise. In 1920, the office of the Chief Electoral Officer was established. In 1960, voting rights were extended to Indigenous persons, and in 1970, the franchise was extended to those under the age of 21. All of these changes occurred without a referendum. It took leadership. It took a willingness on all members to work together. Let's repeat history and do this right, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So every other time that Canadian governments have changed, not just added in little changes, they've tried to use the referendum, and it didn't work at the ballot box. They used a ballot box question. Ontario, BC, and PE have all tried it. This is changing fundamentally the system. People of Bow River riding and right across Canada deserve a say in making such a crucial change in the democratic process. Can the Liberals explain why they will be making these changes unilaterally without first taking it to a referendum?
If the members opposite believe that extending the right to vote to women is a little change, it appears we are on completely different pages. If the members opposite believe that extending the right to Indigenous persons is a little change, we need to have a different
I just want to remind the members to keep the heckling down. When the minister has the floor, the minister should be, the respect should be afforded to her to finish her response. We all want to hear what she has to say. If it continues, someone will, at the end of the day, will end up losing a question because we're losing time. The minister still had 16 seconds to finish. She's done. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I might see things simply, but the constituents in my riding seem they're very smart and intelligent. They believe when considering change, you evaluate current practices versus change. Can the Liberals explain why their options do not include first past the post? Why can't Canadians have this choice in a referendum?
Right. The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, the system we currently have was inherited from the 19th century. We currently exist in a multi-party democracy. We currently exist in a Canada.
I want to remind the member for St. Albert to pay some respect to the House here. Thank you. The honourable minister.
Speaker, during the last election, over 60% of Canadians voted for parties that were promising electoral change. Now, why did Canadians choose this? Because our current system is inherited from the 19th century, because Canada is one of only 3 OECD countries that operates under the first-past-the-post system. It's time to modernize.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it might occur to the minister that those 3 OECD countries are also the oldest and most stable continuing democracies in the world. Mr. Speaker, the minister has been misleading this place by citing referendum turnouts at the provincial level. The fact is this: in 1992, last time we had a national referendum, 72% of Canadians voted versus 63% in the last 3 federal elections. In Ontario and BC, voter participation in the electoral reform referendum was higher than in the general elections. Why has she been misleading this?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Madam Speaker, let's talk about the facts. The Ontario referendum and the BC referendum did not include nearly half of the population of those provinces. Now, I understand that that is okay for the member opposite. I understand that the voices of half of Canadians who will be affected by these changes is not relevant to the member opposite. That is not the way we do things. That is not what we promise Canadians. We will ensure that we embark on this process in an inclusive and responsible manner, unlike the members opposite.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, that non-answer reminds us of why Chantal Hébert characterized this minister's responses as asinine, disingenuous, discredited, farcical, and insulting our intelligence, Mr. Speaker, because in fact, the voter participation in those provincial referenda were higher than in the general elections. People are more prone to vote on the quasi-constitutional nature of their electoral system. 72% of Canadians voted in the Charlottetown Accord. Why does she want to exclude the voices of millions and millions of Canadians?
Honourable Minister.
50% voter turnout is okay. We have a philosophical disagreement about our responsibility and the opportunities that exist for this Parliament to modernize our electoral system. Madam Speaker, those who don't engage traditionally in the electoral process, like young people whose voter turnout has been dwindling for the past 20 years, with the last election being the exception, deserve to be included in this conversation. The member opposite may not believe that, but we do.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Regina-Louvain.
Madam Speaker, steel mills in Regina and across Canada have been hit by layoffs. The Minister of Procurement told committee that just 19% of the steel in the new Champlain Bridge will be made in Canada. She couldn't tell us whether Canadian or offshore steel will be used in the Alaska Highway, the Alexandria Bridge, or other major federal infrastructure projects. What will the government do to encourage the procurement of Canadian steel to support good jobs in our communities?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
This government is committed to open and transparent competitions that balance the socioeconomic needs of this government and this country with those of the industry that we have in this country. So we are committed to looking at that and understanding what the best balance in those procurements will be. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Madam Speaker, steelworkers in Hamilton and other communities across Canada have suffered from the economic downturn and foreign takeovers, also from the unfair competition with subsidized foreign steel. This week, the U.S. imposed a 5-fold increase in tariffs on Chinese cold-rolled flat steel due to the unfair subsidies and dumping. But in Canada, all we get are consultations. When will we see real action and the Liberals to stop steel dumping and protect good Canadian jobs?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I am very seized of the issue and share very much these concerns about Chinese steel dumping. I have been consulting actively, including most recently in Arequipa, Peru, where I was at the APEC Trade Ministers meeting. We are working hard, particularly with our EU and US counterparts on this issue. It is an urgent matter for Canadians, and we're working towards a solution.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the National Energy Board recommended the Kinder Morgan pipeline project for approval. It's a clear statement that building pipelines in Canada is in the best interests of Canadians. The Liberals' own environmental assessment said that oil is going to be extracted somewhere, so it should be right here in Canada. Will the Liberals accept the science-based study of the National Energy Board and approve this project and all the economic benefits that come with the Kinder Morgan project?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as we said, and we promised Canadians, we would put together a panel, creation of a panel to, a ministerial panel, which is one action our government is taking to ensure major resource projects carry the confidence of Canadians. We have asked that the panel members travel the pipeline route, hearing from and talking to Indigenous peoples and local communities along the proposed route, report back to the Minister by November 1st for a decision on or before December.
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Speaker, this panel is confusing for everyone, even the Parliamentary Secretary. This panel is going to reconsult with those who have already been consulted. The evidence clearly shows that this project can go ahead safely and responsibly. How can 3 people be expected to have a more thorough process than a process that was going on for over 3 years? What's missing from the arm's length National Energy Board process that's causing the Liberals to delay this important job-creating project?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, in January, the Premier of Alberta herself spoke positively about our panel and its role of consulting those who believed they were not heard, and its goal of helping to inform the process of getting our natural resources to market sustainably. Madam Speaker, we are building bridges and relationships with our Indigenous peoples, industry partners, and communities along the project, and we look forward to doing that work. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals are deliberately creating instability in the energy sector. Let's hear what experts have spoken at the Natural Resources Committee have to say. The Canadian Energy Pipeline Association said that, quote, right now it's not clear how they're going to get to the outcomes with the current process. It's a bit up in the air. Suncor said that project delays, quote, increase uncertainty and make investment more problematic. Why are the Liberals driving away investment in Canadian energy and creating more uncertainty for this struggling sector?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to inform the member opposite that in addition to the panel and to ensure that all Canadians have the opportunity to be heard, an online engagement tool will be launched when the panel begins its work in early June. Canadians have asked that their views be heard on these important decisions. We are providing them with an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to do just that.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, pipelines are the safest way to transport energy, contributing $11.5 billion to our GDP and creating more than 33,000 jobs last year. Yesterday, the NEB approved the Kinder Morgan pipeline after a very thorough assessment. Meanwhile, the Liberals have introduced redundant review principles, adding more uncertainty to the process and undermining the credibility of Canada's regulatory institutions. Will the Liberals accept the NEB's expert recommendation and approve the Kinder Morgan pipeline?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have indeed received the 39,000-page report from the National Energy Board, and we will review that report. However, Madam Speaker, we have heard from Canadians that they did not have confidence in the flawed process that has been used over the past 10 years. And indeed, we have committed to ensuring that Canadians have a voice, that our Indigenous peoples are consulted, and communities along the proposed route. And when that report is received November 1st, it will be considered with the decision on or before 19th of December. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk-Askey.
Madam Speaker, this week we heard more stories of the appalling abuse of temporary foreign workers, people treated like slaves, paid $2 an hour, having their health care being taken away, and deported when they're being injured on the job. Hard to believe this is Canada in 2016. While the minister has called this exploitation unacceptable, what we haven't seen from this government is a commitment to actually hearing from migrant workers directly and a plan of action to end the abuse. So when will the government step up and the minister will step up and take action to end the exploitation taking place under her watch?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I share the concerns, as does the minister, with the questioner. Certainly, the Temporary Foreign Workers Program has been of concern. We talked about it in our platform, as did the NDP. Talk about undertaking and review. We know that committees are masters of their own destiny. That's why I was surprised as the parliamentary secretary to see that this member herself, when she had an opportunity to convince the committee to undertake a study, she led with EI and not with temporary foreign workers. So I suggest that study go back and encourage those people.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yesterday, the Liberal government announced they will allow the sale of genetically modified salmon in Canada. And to make matters worse, the product will not be labelled. Madam Speaker, 90% of Canadians have said they want genetically modified products to be clearly labelled, and salmon producers are concerned consumers will stop buying salmon altogether if they can't tell which ones have been genetically modified. Why is the government ignoring the concerns of both producers and consumers and allowing the sale of genetically modified salmon without clear labelling?
The Honourable Minister of Agri and Agri-Food.
We are committed to science-based decision-making and will continue to be. The production of genetically modified animals is an important issue facing Canada. That is why I have asked the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food to examine the issues around genetically modified animals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Madam Speaker, people often say that we must protect our environment for future generations. An important part of this is to engage with young Canadians to discuss the future of our country and to discuss how we can all contribute to lowering our carbon footprint. Can the Minister of Environment please update this House on the town hall she recently had and hosted with young Canadians to discuss climate change issues? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member from Kelowna Lake Country for his question. Earlier this week, I met with more than 400 students from McGee Secondary School in Vancouver and heard great solutions about how we can reduce our carbon footprint. Les jeunes sachent que
Young Canadians know that we need to all act together to protect our planet.
Posted to Canada's climate change website, and I encourage all Canadians, including all parliamentarians, to share with us their ideas and how we can address climate change at letstalkclimateaction.ca. Parlons action pour.
Let's talk about climateaction.ca.
For Kelowna, for Saskatoon University.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and President Obama announced that a new softwood lumber agreement would be made within 100 days. Well, the clock is ticking. Time is running out. Over half of Saskatchewan is forested. Forestry is northern Saskatchewan's largest industry. It generates $1 billion in forest product sales, $800 million in exports, and directly employs 4,000 Canadians. What is the Trade Minister doing to keep forestry workers in Saskatchewan employed by securing U.S. market access?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you for the question. Madam Speaker, I am very seized of this issue, and I am personally extremely aware of the softwood lumber issue for Saskatchewan and indeed across Canada. This week, I met for 1 hour with USTR Mike Froman in Arequipa, Peru. I met also with Christy Clark, the Premier of BC. This morning, as we are speaking, our ambassador to the U.S. is meeting again with Ambassador Froman to discuss the issue, and I'm pleased to report to this House that a U.S. negotiating team on softwood lumber is coming to Ottawa next week to continue our negotiations.
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, let's see if we can get her to say seized one more time, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are 2/3 the way through the 100 days and no closer to bringing home a new softwood lumber agreement, regardless of what the Minister of Trade says. The Liberals have pitted Canada's small forestry producers against the large producers. They have left them out in cold. These are the very same large Canadian forestry companies that are growing their U.S. operations while moving Canadian jobs out of this country. The Liberals are playing both sides of the border, Madam Speaker. When will the Liberals start protecting Canadian jobs and bring home a new...
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you for the question. Madam Speaker, I think I'd like to start by reminding the honourable member that the previous softwood lumber agreement expired under his government's watch. That's okay with us. We are used to cleaning up the economic messes the Conservatives left for us. We are working very hard on the softwood lumber agreement. As I have explained, I personally spoke with Mike Froman this week. Negotiators are coming next week.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Fisheries advisory panel to study northern shrimp allocation is woefully unbalanced and biased. 3 of the 4 panel members are from Newfoundland and Labrador, including Trevor Taylor, a former member of their House of Assembly. In the Assembly, he called for any allocation of shrimp in the present and in the near future be restricted to Newfoundland and Labrador-based interests. Why did the minister appoint someone with such a clear bias on shrimp allocation to his advisory panel?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I understand the importance of shrimp fishing and those who depend on it. The committee met on March 3rd to discuss the approach to deal with concerning the provisionary quotas and the first out, first backed. This is an independent committee that provides advice on policy to the minister. The committee started public consultations, has met with stakeholders in Iqaluit, and the next meeting will be in Saint-Jean on May 24th, 25th. Until we receive the report in June, Madam Speaker, the policy is suspended.
Well, Madam Speaker, this panel appears to have been rigged by the Liberals. Where have we seen that before? In Iqaluit, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated argued against the current northern shrimp policy. Loriak Hansen is the chief negotiator for that organization. She's also married to Trevor Taylor, one of the panel members. Madam Speaker, Trevor Taylor was already biased against the current shrimp policy and now is clearly in a conflict of interest. Will the minister do the right thing and remove him from his advisory panel today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, as I've just said, the panel is independent. It gives advice concerning the policy of last in, first out. The committee will be meeting several times over the coming weeks and months, Madam Speaker. All stakeholders will have the opportunity to be heard, Madam Speaker. That's what we do on this side of the House. We consult with stakeholders. That's what the minister's been doing since the beginning. He will continue to consult with stakeholders in the fishery to make sure that we take good decisions, Madam Speaker.
Member for Saskatoon West.
About pay equity, Canadian women are no closer to achieving it. Will be asked if they'll introduce proactive legislation needed to respect women's rights and close the gap. Not one single Liberal minister said yes. Madam Speaker, Canadian women have waited long enough and their basic rights for their basic rights to be respected. So let's try this again. Will the government commit to introducing proactive pay equity legislation within the next 6 months? Yes or no?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Having a gender wage gap in Canada in 2016 is unacceptable. Budget 2016 announced a number of important measures that will support women's labour market participation and help address the gender wage gap, such as the new Canada Child Benefit, which will be better target and more generous than previous benefits, the investment to support early learning and childcare, a commitment to exploring flexible work arrangements for federally regulated employees. We have supported the appointment of the Special Committee on Pay Equity and are looking forward to reviewing its findings when it tables its report. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Madam Speaker, Canadian mining companies working in foreign countries are suspected of violating the basic human rights, the very fundamental human rights of local populations. This is still happening, but the minister is doing studies instead of taking actions. And yet the Liberals, when they were in opposition, supported the NDP proposal of establishing an independent ombudsman with investigative power to end these kinds of activities by Canadian mining companies. Why is the minister ragging the buck instead of taking action?
The Honourable Minister.
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question, Madam Speaker. Canadians expect that Canadian businesses that work outside of Canada respect human rights and labour rights.
Work of our mining companies abroad, and I met last week with our corporate social responsibility counselor. We are looking into ways to strengthen protections concerning the work of our mining companies abroad. It's an issue we're concerned with, and we're working with industry and with NGOs on it.
The Honourable Member for Bhopal, Limoilou. Madam Speaker, in the election campaign, the Liberal Party made a solemn commitment in writing, and I have the proof in my office, to never force veterans to fight the government in court. This government is so incredibly arrogant that they think they can pull a fast one on veterans by increasing some benefits here and there while breaking their most important promises. Madam Speaker, the minister must respect his party's sacred commitment. When will he end the Equitas lawsuit?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we understand that veterans felt ignored by the previous government. But here we are as a brand new government in Budget 2016 that includes $5.6 billion to increase the benefits for earnings loss, for permanent impairment and disability awards. With these changes alone, we will make tangible improvements in the daily quality of life for veterans. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Madam Speaker, I hope you'll give me just an extra moment today to take the time to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for Veterans Affairs across the floor for her quick response to my question on Friday. Veterans were concerned there was nothing on their website in regards to the budget. By Monday, that was taken care of. Thank you. Madam Speaker. Veterans, thank you. Madam Speaker, the Liberal government has broken their campaign promise and forced injured veterans and their advocacy group, Equitas, back into court. However, just 2 years ago, the Liberals' promise from Charlottetown, the member from Charlottetown said the government must do the right thing.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Sorry.
Give me a little more time. Oh, it's okay. All right. Listen, I've been long appreciative that Canada values and wants their veterans properly supported. The honourable member knows that I cannot comment on a specific case, let alone one that's going before the courts. But let me assure you that the care and the well-being of our veterans is a huge priority for this government, and the money put forward in Budget 2016 is only the first step. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear the Liberals are reversing their position from 2 years ago and forcing veterans into court. And then again in the campaign, the Liberals promised not to fight the veterans in court. As late as 2 weeks ago, one of the Liberal members claimed in reference to Equitas that the Government of Canada over the decades has had a social covenant with all veterans and their families. How can the Liberals justify breaking their covenant with veterans?
Another one.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the previous government closed offices, laid off staff, and made access to financial benefits for veterans very, very difficult. We are opening offices, we are hiring staff, and we've put $5.6 billion into improving the lives of veterans. That's what veterans want. That's what we heard at the stakeholders meetings, and that's what we're going to do.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga Erin Mills.
Madam Speaker, women represent close to half of the workforce in Canada. However, a gender wage gap still exists. Can the Minister of Status of Women tell this House how this government is working towards reducing this gap and helping women to reach their full potential?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
First of all, I would like to say having a gender wage gap in Canada in 2016 is unacceptable. We are committed to working with key partner provinces and territories, help close the gap through investments in home care and palliative care, expanding compassionate care benefits, and improved access to childcare. We will work on increasing women in senior leadership roles and in key growth sectors of the labour market, including the skilled trades. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Madam Speaker, for months the Minister of Agriculture has been in discussions with the Manitoba pork producers regarding steps to stop the spread of PED. Our farmers are concerned about the changes to the emergency protocol currently in place, but the minister has refused to intervene. In fact, he's been avoiding this issue completely. So when will the minister stop ignoring our farmers and work with the Manitoba pork producers to find a solution?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and
Thank you,
Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question, and it's because of the disease in the U.S. that we're committed to protecting, always committed to protecting animal health in Canada. That's exactly why CFIA is ensuring that trucks are washed before they come across the border in Canada. We want to ensure that we can keep the diseases out of this country with every measure possible as long as we can, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurentide-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. If we want to help official language minority communities continue to succeed, we need to give them the necessary resources and tools. Increasing French language training allows us to ensure that people can acquire the knowledge they need to get jobs and fully participate in society. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Innovation, Science and Economic Development please share with this House what the government is doing to improve access to training in their language? Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Laurentide-Labelle for his question. Yesterday, the minister announced $110 million in financial aid to allow the Saskatchewan Francophone Federation to renovate the Rendezvous Francophone space. The renovation work will help the Collège Mathieu inaugurate a new campus, including 2 classrooms and 2 offices. Madam Speaker, our government is committed to protecting the language rights for all Canadians when it comes to both official languages, and that is what we will continue to do. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Madam Speaker, given the kind of week it has been, wouldn't it be great on the eve of a long weekend we could all kick back and share a fine Canadian beverage together?
Have a cold one.
Perhaps a BC red wine or a Nova Scotia white. Maybe a Saskatchewan craft ale, or how about an artisan spirit from Quebec? But wait, here in Ontario, it's still illegal to directly ship these Canadian products.
Say it isn't
the
so.
recent New Brunswick court ruling could open up our Canadian economy and address these archaic restrictions.
Hear, hear.
Will the Liberals give Canadians a reason to raise their glasses and refer this decision to the Supreme Court? Madam Speaker, free the beer!
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the government is supportive of more open domestic markets that promote competitiveness and growth in Canadian businesses. In recent years, the government has worked to facilitate interprovincial trade of alcohol, amending the Importation Act to remove restrictions on individuals bringing wine, beer, and spirits for personal consumption from one province to another. Madam Speaker, I'd like to tell the honourable member he has the time, I have the beer. Let's get together.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency and Health Canada have just authorized the sale of genetically modified salmon. That's the final step before this salmon finds its way to our dinner plates. The Food and Drug Administration, when it gave the product the green light in 2015, refused to require it to be identified as GMO. We must be well informed so that we can make informed choices about the food we eat. How many studies does the Minister of Agriculture need to require labeling of Aqua Advantage salmon?
Culture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question, and I think she's fully aware, and the House is fully aware, that this country is fully committed to science-based decision-making in this area. And that's why I have asked the Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food to examine this issue. This is a new issue, and it's important that it go before the Agriculture Committee and let its committee do its work.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, many workers are concerned about the protection of their pension if their employer goes bankrupt. The Creditors Arrangements Act has plans for 5 years. The previous government tabled a report in September 2014, and the committee needs to reply by September 2015. When will the Creditors Arrangements Act be studied, and when will retirees be considered as priority creditors? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, our government is very concerned by the situation of retirees who wish to protect their pensions. We are working on this issue, Madam Speaker, and we appreciate the question from my honourable colleague, and this is something that we will continue to work on. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Joliette. Madam Speaker, in Manitoba, the example of the patient known as patient number 2 proves that C14 must be amended. The patient who suffers from ALS meets the criteria of the bill. Despite this, the doctors providing care are afraid of being sued because of a lack of clarity concerning the idea of a reasonably foreseeable death. Will the government accept the Bloc Québécois amendment, which will remove this idea, this idea of a naturally foreseeable death, which is a sword of Damocles hanging over our healthcare producers? And please give us a clear answer. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The amendment mentioned by the honourable member was moved at committee, and it was rejected at committee. Reasonably foreseeable is clear in the definition. This is something that must be there to define and give assurance to doctors who offer the service.
That's the end of question period. Dépôt de documents, tabling of documents. Déclaration de ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Tabling of reports from interparliamentary delegations. The honourable member for Brampton North.
I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the Executive Committee meeting held in Sabah, Malaysia from April 28th to the 30th in 2015.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member from Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report, the Standing Committee on International Trade, entitled Main Estimates 2016-2017.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Motion. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a unanimous consent motion to move, and I hope you'll give me a few minutes to explain this motion, which I hope will attract the unanimous consent of all members.
They're willing to make amends for this week, and we certainly are very appreciative of that offer. One of the things that could be changed is the perverse impact of the motion on time allocation, on closure, that was adopted earlier this week. You see, Madam Speaker, with that motion, at the end of today, which has been the only day of debate on report stage, the vote will then be deferred to Monday evening, and we will not be able to have the debate that all members of Parliament want to have on C14. So the motion that I am proposing will allow for a second day of debate that would not in any way delay the debate on report stage, but instead of debating other legislation on Monday, it would allow us to actually move to C14. There are many, many members of Parliament that want to speak on this, and it simply would not be acceptable to have one day at report stage when this is a critical stage in C14 in terms of its constitutionality and, of course, meeting the court obligations as well. So I am hoping, and having circulated this motion to all parties, I'm hoping that the government will support this. The following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the time allocation order for Bill C-14 adopted on May 18, 2016, pursuant to Standing Order 78-3, be deemed amended to replace the words "not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bills" with the words "not more than 2 further sitting days shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill." This will allow for a second day of debate at report stage. We will still have the votes on Monday evening, but it will allow more members of Parliament to intervene on this important legislation.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? There is no unanimous consent.
Point of order. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the government.
Madam Speaker, just on a point of order, I respect the motion that the member has put forth in terms of asking for unanimous consent, and we were very generous in terms of listening to the preamble leading up to it. And I just wanted to give a very quick response to that, to Madam Speaker, by indicating that every member of this House does need to recognize the importance of ensuring Parliament respects the June 6th deadline imposed by the Supreme Court. We've extended the hours of debate, attempted to extend hours of debate to ensure all MPs who wanted to speak were able to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Point of order. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Yeah, and I understand, Madam Speaker, you won't want this to become a debate about what has happened in the past, but perhaps members opposite don't understand what the very reasonable proposal from my NDP counterpart contains. What we're talking about, the June 6th deadline will not be affected in any way. Right now, at the conclusion of today's debate, the vote will be held Monday evening, which means that third reading can't start till Tuesday. With the proposal that my colleague has proposed will not affect that in any way, except that it will allow members of the House to also debate it on Monday. So the vote will be held at the exact same time. Third reading debate will happen on the day that it would have happened even under this situation. It will not affect the June 6th deadline at all. All it will do will be to allow members to participate in the debate, something that the government House leader just yesterday indicated that he wanted to help facilitate. So I know that we're not allowed to move the same motion without some kind of intermission or some kind of intercedings between, but I wonder if the House would indulge, if we could try that again, now that members may understand exactly what my colleague was proposing.
The point of order for the honourable House leader to the government.
Madam Speaker, I do genuinely appreciate the gestures that are being made, and in the spirit of trying to be as cooperative as possible, I think that it's more appropriate, as opposed to trying to debate the issue on the floor of the House of Commons at this time, that the House leadership teams work together in terms of trying to see if, in fact, there is room for opportunity. I don't think this is the best time to carry out this debate. Unfortunately, at this point, we're not able to give the consent to it. We would have loved to have had more members, obviously, given our past suggestions to the chamber to have allowed more people to debate.
Point of order for the member for New Westminster. No.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The reality is it can't be discussed offline, and I appreciate the Deputy House Leader proposing that, because the order that the government imposed on us means that the votes are deferred until Monday, and we cannot have debate on Monday if that happens. So it has to be decided by this House prior to adjournment today. I will come back to this House with this same motion shortly. I hope that the government will actually make amends for this week, which has been chaotic. And of course, on Monday and Tuesday, it was on the order paper and they pulled it. All opposition members are asking for is the right to debate extraordinarily important legislation. I cannot understand why the government is resisting this.
So obviously we've been going into debates now, and the motion had not been supported unanimously. I would encourage the parties to have further discussion together, and if they so wish, to come back to the House with a motion that may be acceptable to all. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I rise today to present a petition, following on Iran Accountability Week. Petitioners call for the Government of Canada to maintain the listing of the Islamic Republic of Iran as a state sponsor of terrorism pursuant to Section 6.1 of the State Immunity Act, for as long as the Iranian regime continues to sponsor terrorism. Madam Speaker, I think you will agree that protecting Israel and other nations against the threat of a nuclear Iran and against the threat of Iranian regime-funded terrorism should remain a vital imperative of the Government of Canada. The petitioners make this point, and they do so in this petition that I am now tabling before the House. Their names will now go down into the record of Parliament as having committed to that position. We encourage the government to protect all Canadians and Canada's allies against this threat, which for some nations may become existential, and petitioners ask that the Government of Canada do its part in combating the bellicose terror-sponsoring regime in Iran by maintaining the listing of the regime as a state sponsor of terrorism. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Government House Leader, Parliamentary Secretary to the Parliament House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have a few points. First, Mr. Speaker, that the following questions will be answered today. Question -87 and question -88. And then, okay.
You can keep going if you like.
Mr. Speaker, if questions numbers Q94 and Q95, Q102 and Q110 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately. And then just continuing on, if I can, finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? So agreed. So ordered. Please do. Be allowed to stand. Good. Everyone agreed? Good. The day.
Orders of the day, government orders, resuming debate at report stage of Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor for me to rise today to speak in support of Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying. I would like to start off by first acknowledging that medical assistance in dying is a deeply personal issue for all Canadians, which is tied to both their life experiences and personal beliefs. For me, my background as a registered nurse in an oncology unit helped shape my thoughts and opinions on this matter. Understanding that this is a very sensitive issue, with proponents on all sides of the debate, within the days of this new Parliament, the Now Government Caucus moved swiftly to strike a joint committee to study the matter and make recommendations, hearing from many Canadians and experts on this issue. After several days, sometimes well into the evening, the committee made its recommendations to the Parliament. But before I continue, I would like to thank all my honourable colleagues on both sides of this House and in the Senate who participated in the Special Committee and the Justice Committee for their contributions. Mr. Speaker, I also know that our ministers worked very hard to craft legislation that would ensure that Canadians' priorities were met when it came to the issue of medical assistance in dying. I strongly believe that this proposed legislation finds the perfect balance by reconciling the issue of autonomy of competent adults with the protection of vulnerable people through thoughtful tailoring of the eligibility criteria and robust safeguards essential to preventing error and abuse. It also strikes the right balance by ensuring that conscience rights for physician and nurse practitioners are protected and commits to continuing to work with our provinces and territories regarding coordination and jurisdictional issues. I want to assure you that our government is committed to continued discussions with provinces and territories on a range of issues related to medical assistance in dying, but also to a full range of end-of-life options, including palliative care. In various testimonies before the House Committee, witnesses have discussed other regimes where medical assistance in dying has been implemented. In Europe, for example, 3 countries have legislated access to medical assistance in dying, which is Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg. In the United States, 4 states have legislated access. Where Canada is unique, however, is their jurisdictional complexities that we face. In Canada, the federal government has exclusive jurisdiction over criminal law, and health is a shared jurisdiction between federal, provincial, territorial governments. Primary responsibility for the provision and delivery of healthcare services rests with the individual jurisdictions. This is why our government has proposed legislation that will be applied across all provinces and territories, but at the same time will respect and allow flexibility for jurisdictional roles and responsibilities in the areas of healthcare. This brings me to another important issue that cannot be ignored or put aside when talking about enabling access to medical assistance in dying when one is approaching end-of-life care, and that is access to quality palliative care. It is very clear that Canadians are looking to their government for leadership to advance the availability and quality of palliative care within the broader scope of how we address Canadian needs at the end of their life. We know that most people at the end of life wish to remain at home as long as possible, as long as they're well supported by the services that they need. This is why the federal government is committed to improving palliative care as part of the new health accord, supported by a long-term investment of $3 billion over 4 years. Recently, federal, provincial, and territorial ministers of health agreed to work individually and collectively on improving home care to better meet the needs of patients closer to home. But an agreement must still be reached on how funds will be used to strengthen and transform the healthcare system. We know that all jurisdictions are working diligently to meet the growing home and palliative care needs for their aging populations. However, we also know that jurisdictions are at different points, some well advanced in their efforts and others at a more moderate stage. By continuing to work with provinces and territories and stakeholders, we will bolster each other's efforts for the benefit of all Canadians. Another aspect that I would like to address when we talk about providing Canadians with the full range of options at the end of life is access. The government is very clear in its commitment to facilitate access to these services and to those providing it. This includes access to the new service of medical assistance in dying. Our government is committed to respecting the autonomy of Canadians suffering from grievous and irremediable medical condition. Access to medical assistance in dying would only be available for those who meet the following conditions: be a mentally competent adult who is in an advanced state of irreversible decline in capability, have a serious and incurable illness, disease, or disability, and are experiencing enduring and intolerable suffering, and whose deaths are reasonable foreseeable. It will also remain a crime to assist a person either in dying or in causing a person's death in situations other than lawful medical assistance in dying. With regards to Bill C-14, our government is also committed to protecting the exercise of conscience rights, as the proposed legislation also provides exemptions for both physicians and nurse practitioners to be able to provide medical assistance in dying. In the course of this national dialogue, we have seen that the protection of conscience rights for these providers is clearly an issue to many Canadians. Our government has listened and made Bill C-14 more explicit on this issue, and therefore more appropriate for the diversity within Canada. The bill now reads as follows, and I quote, "For greater certainty, nothing in this section compels a person to provide or assist in providing medical assistance in dying." We trust that this helps to address the concerns some of the members may have either personally and or on behalf of their constituents on this issue of the protection of conscience rights. Mr. Speaker, our government is also proposing to work with provinces and territories to create an end-of-life care coordination system. This would have a dual function. It would respect the conscience rights of healthcare providers while facilitating access for Canadians to not only access medical assistance in dying, but also full range of end-of-life options, including palliative care. The federal government would be prepared to collaborate on developing such a system should provinces and territories wish to participate, so that all Canadians have access to the care that they need and deserve. We could also start on this by reviewing the information that we have on assisted in dying regimes in other countries to see what have been done and assessing their applicability to Canada. Working in the healthcare field, and especially in oncology, I know that healthcare is about connecting and helping people during their most vulnerable times. This means that we need accountable and transparent regulations to monitor and instill confidence in the appropriate implementation of medical assistance in dying. This will protect vulnerable patients when they may not be able to do so themselves and help Canadians understand the number of requests for medical assistance in dying, the types of medical conditions that lead to requests, and whether the procedural safeguards in the law are working as intended. It will also work to ensure that high-quality, comparable Canadian data is generated so that any future discussions about changes to medical assistance and dying system can be based on the best possible evidence. Therefore, Bill C-14 creates legal obligations for physicians, nurse practitioners, pharmacists to report certain information for the purpose of monitoring. Regulations will be put in place to guide the information to be provided to whom and within what time frames. In the short term, Health Canada is working with our counterparts in the provinces and territories to establish an interim system should the bill be passed on June 6 until a permanent process is in place. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would like to once again reaffirm my support for Bill C-14, which I believe is the right approach for medical assistance in dying that will support and facilitate access for those seeking it, protect our most vulnerable, and protect conscience rights. We know that no one solution can reconcile the diverse perspective of medical assistance in dying, but we believe we're moving forward together with a balanced approach that is appropriate for Canada at this time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak on this very important legislation.
Bravo. Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health for her thoughtful speech. I want to ask her a question about the deadline of June 6. It looks like right now that the earliest that this legislation will get to the Senate is midweek during the week that we return. The expiration of the stay on the Declaration of Constitutional Invalidity expires on the following Monday. It looks like it's now virtually impossible to meet the June 6 deadline. In the face of that fact, would the honourable member agree that the Minister of Justice should apply to the Supreme Court to ask for a further extension, not a 6-month extension, not a 4-month extension, but perhaps a 1-month or 6-week extension to see that we can get legislation passed without there being a void in which there would be an absence of certainty and an absence of protections for vulnerable Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question and for all his hard work in the Special Committee and the Justice Committee. Mr. Speaker, what he said, it again reinforces the fact that how important it is for us to pass this legislation by June the 6th. As you know, Mr. Speaker, if this legislation is not in place by June 6th, the court's ruling would take in effect, meaning the medical assistant in dying will be lawful where it is in accordance with the parameters set by the Carter ruling. Mr. Speaker, we know if this bill doesn't pass, there will be a vacuum. And I know this is something that my honorable colleague has said before in this House as well, where people that are suffering incurable and irremediable situations will be left with no access to medical assistance in dying because no medical practitioner will be at all comfortable assisting anyone in dying without any legal framework. And on the other side, we will be putting our most vulnerable population at risk with absolutely no safeguards. And we know how disastrous that can be. Mr. Speaker, again, this just shows how important it is for us as parliamentarians and as Canadians to pass this legislation and pass this bill by June 6th.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Mr. Speaker, and I too would like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health for her very thoughtful remarks on this bill. My question to her is about process. I'm one of the people who didn't get an opportunity to speak to the bill at second reading, and under the time allocation motion, we now today will have 10 amendments on the bill before us, and we will have only 9 speakers. So we actually have more amendments than speakers on the bill. So I wonder how she feels, or why she feels this government is unwilling to accept the proposal that was just made that would allow this debate to continue on Monday and allow many more members of Parliament to participate in the debate at report stage, because we're going to have less than 10% of the members of Parliament actually participating at this stage.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, for all Canadians, this is an extremely difficult and deeply personal issue tied to their life experiences and personal beliefs. As we know, it's a very diversified situation. For some, medical assistance in dying will be very troubling, and for others, this legislation would not go far enough. We believe that this legislation is the best approach to ensure that dying patients who are suffering unbearable pain have the choice of a peaceful death and that the vulnerable are protected. The Supreme Court of Canada decided that Canadians suffering intolerably have the right to request assistance to end their suffering, and we respect that decision.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very glad to have the opportunity to finally speak to this bill at report stage, although, as I just said in my previous question, I'm really sad to have to do this under time allocation and to know that many of my colleagues will not get the chance to bring the voices from their constituency to this chamber on the bill. I was prevented from speaking at second reading by the time allocation imposed by the government, but something even more peculiar happened when they did that. The abrupt change of this House schedule on May 4th with time allocation forced the second reading vote forward by 5 days. And for those of us who have responsibilities both here and in our ridings, it meant on that Wednesday morning, I was already flying west before the time allocation motion was introduced. So it meant that I could not be here to cast my vote at second reading because I was already flying in the wrong direction. So I lost my chance to go on record of voting against C14 in principle, which I intended to do. Not just because of my own experience and beliefs, but also because I believe it contradicts the Supreme Court's Carter decision, but most importantly because the bill contradicts the opinion of virtually every person and every family in my riding that's contacted me about this issue. I've been involved in discussions about end-of-life issues with several individuals who are facing severe, debilitating, and painful illnesses. I've talked to them directly, I've met with them, and heard their concerns. Which reminds me actually to mention an important issue that's not in the bill, and that's the issue of palliative care, and the need for us as a society to do a much better job with end-of-life care. I do, though, want to praise those who are actively already working in end-of-life care. It's not a criticism of their efforts that they make each and every day to provide better care for those who are facing end-of-life, but they're forced to do so too often with too few resources and in substandard situations. I've been involved in public discussions locally on this issue, stretching back to a public forum on March 21st, 2015. This was jointly sponsored by a group called Victoria Choices in Dying and dying with dignity. And there we heard from a panel of speakers, which I was privileged to be on, but we also heard from the public, and we heard from speaker after speaker at that forum saying that they wanted the right to control end-of-life issues. They wanted the right to make decisions for themselves. And they wanted the right for their family members not to have to suffer intolerable pain for great lengths of time, but to be able to make the choice for assisted dying. So I believe, as I said, not just speaking on the basis of my own conscience, but representing the beliefs and needs of my community, that I should oppose Bill C-14. Not just for what's in the bill, or not just for what's not in the bill, like palliative care, which only gets a mention in the preamble, and for which the government has incidentally provided no new resources, and there's no reason to wait for legislation to do that. But I'm going to oppose the bill for what's actually in the bill. I believe this bill is too restrictive and respects neither the letter nor the spirit of the Carter decision. I think we're in this unfortunate position because the government failed to listen to the key recommendations of our own special joint committee of the House and Senate. This committee made very wise recommendations with regard to the bill, yet only a few of them were incorporated into the bill at the committee stage. So in the interest of time, I'm going to focus on what I believe are the three key faults in Bill C-14. The first and most important to me is the absence of a provision for advance directives. And I want to talk, if I'm able to do so, about a very personal experience involving the death of my mother last fall. My mother had always been very clear, even before she developed dementia, and that dementia began to take away her capacity. She was very clear. She did not want measures to keep her alive, lying in a bed, without consciousness, with no quality of life, and especially if she were in great pain. Her dementia was not the immediate cause of her death. So she would not have qualified under this bill because she didn't have a terminal illness. But in her case, after 6 years after the onset of dementia, she no longer had the capacity to make decisions. And so other medical conditions left her in a situation which she had feared, in great pain and unable to care for herself. And those other medical conditions did eventually take her life in conjunction with the decisions we, as her children, and the medical practitioner made at the time. We feel very fortunate that my mother had been very clear about her wishes. Though that didn't really make the decisions we had to make easy, we were confident that we were doing what she had wanted to do. So my own family's experience and those of other families in my constituency are why I believe so strongly that Canadians have the right to make advance directives about their care. The second reason that I'm opposing this bill is the fact that it imposed what it calls a reflection period on those at the end of life. And of course, again, those who had dementia or other similar medical conditions would, of course, not be able to have a reflection period because they no longer have capacity. But even for those who are competent at that point in their life, I believe that the 10 days, which the committee thankfully reduced it to, is still too long, far too long for those who are living in intolerable pain, and far too long not just for them, but far too long to ask their families and friends to witness that suffering. So if there is to be a reflection period, it needs to be even shorter than those 10 days. My third reason for opposing this bill is the fact that it narrows who's eligible to receive medical assistance in dying to those whose death is, quote, reasonably foreseeable. And I know that others have said that we know what that means and it's specific, and the only way I can understand that we all know what that means is that all our deaths are reasonably foreseeable. But what it means beyond that, I have no idea. It's not a term that's used in medicine. It's not a term that's used in law. And so that very ambiguity raises the specter of excluding people who need medical assistance in dying and who would have been qualified for it under the Carter decision. According to the lead counsel in the Carter case, Kay Carter, a fierce advocate of the right to assisted death for those who are suffering intolerably but from a non-fatal condition, even Kay Carter would probably be excluded from accessing medical assistance in dying under C-14 as it stands. And what this will do is force people into incredibly cruel strategies like starving themselves to death to make their death imminent and to allow them to qualify. And, Mr. Speaker, I would hope that this House would not impose those kinds of restrictions on people and make them make those kinds of choices at the end of their life. So would I rather have this bill than no bill? The answer, I guess I'm going to have to decide on. And my decision is going to be that, yes, I'd rather have no bill. I prefer to go with the Carter decision. Now, do I think it would have been better to have a bill? Yes, I do. I'm not opposed to having a bill on this, but it has to respect the Carter decision, and it has to have clear provisions in it, and it needs to have a shorter reflection period than 10 days. But if we don't have the bill, what happens? We don't have a legal vacuum. People are saying that. We have the Carter decision, which will provide guidance. There is a legal framework. And I expect, although I didn't actually look this up, but when the abortion provisions were removed from the criminal code, the House of Commons tried twice to create new law regulating abortions. And I'm sure these same arguments were made at that time, saying practitioners will not want to perform abortions because there's no legal framework. But in fact, we went with the court decision, and we still exist with the court decision on abortion as our legal framework. And we have not had chaos in the medical community on that. Not that in any way I wish to compare abortion to medical assistance in dying, but only on this issue of whether there is a legal framework that will apply on June 6th. The failure to meet the June 6th deadline for this legislation, I think, lies with all of us. It lies with the previous government, it lies with this government, and it lies with us as a House of Commons. We all have to take responsibility for missing that deadline. However, I do have to say, I believe the government could have managed the House time better so that all of us could have participated in the debate and that the debate could have been accomplished in a time to meet the deadline. All they had to do was schedule this bill as a priority in this sitting of the House, which they failed to do. That did not happen. Therefore, I will, when the time comes, stand and vote against this bill at third reading, and in the meantime, I will also vote against it at report stage. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, the honourable member for Charlottetown. Oh, sorry. We have a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just following on the comments from the member from Esquimalt, Saanich Soup, the issue of the timing and the debate that we have. Earlier, I did offer up a unanimous consent motion that would allow us to debate this on Monday and does not change in any way the time allocation vote that we have to have on this at report stage, Bill C-14, on Monday evening. So currently, in just a few minutes, we stop debating this. But with this motion, if it's adopted by the government side, the opposition members are in favor, we would then have a second day of debate at report stage that would be on Monday. And so it is my hope that the government will actually work to do what is reasonable. It does not change the vote that we have on Monday night at report stage on C-14, but what it does do is add a second full day of debate and allow members of Parliament to speak on this important issue. So I will read the following unanimous consent motion that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the time allocation order for Bill C-14 adopted on May 18, 2016, pursuant to Standing Order 78.3, be deemed amended to replace the words "not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill" with the words "not more than 2 further sitting days shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill." And I hope that we will get unanimous consent and allow a second day of debate on this important bill at report stage.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? I'm afraid the honourable member doesn't have unanimous consent. Sorry, a question. Yes, the honourable member for...
I'll give Middlesex, London.
Yes.
First of all, I stand here a little wow, that just got turned down. Because I can tell you, although you and I have very different positions on this, I think the debate is what we're all learning from. And I thank you for all your words today, because although I am at this time supporting the bill,
I remind the honourable member that I'm sure she doesn't mean me when she's talking. She might want to speak through me. Yes.
I really thank the member, because I think the biggest thing is these debates are teaching us all. It's not just teaching us about what's happening within our own ridings, but what other Canadians are thinking. So I really would like to thank the member beside me, because those are the important discussions that we must have. And one of the questions I have, and it's just really for my own personal need, because one of the concerns I have is the reduction from 15 to 10 days. And I was just wondering if you could speak, so I do have a little bit more clarity on that, the importance to why you believe it's important to reduce those days, just for my personal knowledge. Thank you.
Okay, we're back into. Oh, I'm sorry.
Question. But I first have to say that I'm shocked the government, again, is denying members under a very reasonable proposal that would not affect the ability to meet or not meet the June 6th deadline, denying members the opportunity to speak in this debate. Because, like the honourable member, I have learned very much from hearing others speak, and I very much respect the level of debate in this House. Quickly, in terms of the reflection period, I firmly believe, and it's mostly on personal experience I just went through last fall, that the very end of life, when someone is suffering intolerable pain, is not only intolerable for them, but it's very, very difficult for their families, who spend most of the time in the hospital with their loved one, not having no idea how long the natural process will take, and suffering along with them. So I think that 15 days was certainly too long. 10 days is better, but in my view, and given my personal experience, it's still too long.
My apologies for the last question. I still hadn't left the previous motion, and somehow we moved right into it without me calling it, but you slipped one in there. Congratulations. I'll go back to the honourable member for Charlottetown.
For his thoughtful contribution to the debate, and a thoughtful contribution is what we always get from this member. We don't agree on our respective positions on the bill, but certainly it was and always is a valuable intervention. Two things I'd like to raise. He talked about the confusion or the lack of clarity or the lack of value around the words reasonably foreseeable. And I would ask him to read the two words in front of those two words, which are has become. So the reasonable foreseeability in the bill is only in the context of a change in someone's condition. The death has to have become reasonably foreseeable. I would ask for his comments with respect to the relevance or the importance of those words. Also, with respect to the June 6th deadline, he drew an analogy to the abortion debate in this country. And so my question to him with regards to the June the 6th deadline, right now, during the extension period up to June 6th, it's possible for patients to go to petition a court to have medical assistance in dying. That process expires on June the 6th. It will no longer exist. Does he see that as significant?
Honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke.
Well, I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice for his intervention, and I too always value hearing from him in this House. On the question of words before reasonably foreseeable, he's asked me to back up a couple of words, but if I do that, I want to back up to whose natural death has become reasonably foreseeable. And if you back up that far, I think you have even more ambiguity. What is natural death? That's what we all face. Natural death has become reasonably foreseeable is no clearer. And I would stress again that it's not a term used in medicine and it's not a term used in law. And so I'm not arguing about its value, I'm arguing about its certainty. And at this point, it has no certainty. On the question of what happens after June 6th, I don't believe there's a legal vacuum. I know that the temporary exemption process expires. I can tell you that when we were dealing with end of life for my mother, the last thing I would want to do is hire a lawyer and go to court. I was spending the time with her in the hospital, as was my sister. There was not something we would have wished to go through. So I'm not certain that that expiring is a bad thing.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure that I rise to share a few thoughts in regards to the report stage of Bill C-14. Maybe if I can just start off by picking up on a couple of the words that were just mentioned. When we talk about the details, and one of the things that I have noticed in listening to many hours of debate in this chamber on this very important piece of legislation is there's a couple of things that really come to mind. One is just the very seriousness of the debate, that sense of compassion that we hear in many of the speeches that are given as people are really wanting to identify with the legislation and best represent their constituents. And it's one of the reasons why I believe, Mr. Speaker, it has become somewhat of a difficult issue to try to manage. And to try to give a false impression, I think, would be most unfortunate. There has been a genuine, serious commitment by the Government of Canada in order to be able to accommodate all members that would like to be able to address this legislation. And we have seen that on several occasions, Mr. Speaker, that would have allowed all members to have participated. So I think that we all share in two responsibilities. One, ultimately in recognizing that the Supreme Court of Canada made a decision, and there is a void, and we'll provide some comment on that shortly. And two, that all political parties inside this chamber have got to take responsibility in terms of the debate that has actually occurred on C-14 and ask from within why it is that maybe they feel limited in their debate. From the government perspective, on a number of occasions, the government has extended its will to try to afford every member the opportunity to be able to speak. And I wanted to be very clear on that particular point, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about the issue in itself, I do think that there's another thing that we should be talking a great deal about, and we heard a lot of this during the second reading debate. We have legislation that's far-reaching, that's going to have an impact, I would suggest you, directly or indirectly, on every Canadian in every region of our country, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, what we need to recognize is that this is just one major step. It is a step that has been mandated because 9 Supreme Court judges of Canada made the decision that we needed to get some form of framework set up that would assist for assisting those in dying. And I believe at the core that this legislation delivers that, Mr. Speaker. And if in doubt, I would encourage members, and I think that you will receive comments from members of all sides of this chamber that will substantiate some core messaging. And I would recommend individuals to take a look at some of the words that have been spoken, in particular from the Minister of Health and the Minister of Justice, who I know have done a phenomenal job in terms of getting us to the stage that we are today. And I would not want to underestimate the role that others have been able to contribute, whether it is the joint standing committee between the Senate and the House and the many, many hours that they had put in the early part of this year, Mr. Speaker, and the consultations that were done there, to recognize the many efforts of committee members that after second reading had the opportunity to go through this legislation and look at the possibilities of amendments. And there were a number of amendments that were brought forward, and we saw consensus amongst all 3 political parties in terms of some of those amendments, which is great to see. it's important that we recognize, Mr. Speaker, that there are some in this chamber that would advocate that this bill does not go far enough in one direction, and there are others that will advocate that this bill has gone too far in the other direction. I do believe that the legislation that we have before us today is, in fact, the best piece of legislation that we can develop and put forward and turn into law. And at the end of the day, Canadians from coast to coast to coast will, in fact, be able to rest assured that it is solid legislation. Mr. Speaker, if we do not pass this legislation in a timely fashion, that timely fashion has been determined by the Supreme Court of Canada of June the 6th. There will be a void. Unlike some other speakers that have attempted to say that we can just ignore the void. They can have that opinion if they so choose. But I believe it is the responsibility of every parliamentarian to respect what it is that the Supreme Court of Canada is telling us. And I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that by us maybe not doing and respecting, or not all of us respecting the need for that, that we are putting at risk a patchwork system depending in terms of what part of our great nation that you happen to live in. Mr. Speaker, there will be additional issues in many different regions that will surface, and many will have to spend hundreds, potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in order to try to piecemeal things through, because we did not respect what has been called upon us from the Supreme Court of Canada. So I would suggest to you that there is a sense of urgency. We know that caring, compassionate Canadians in every region of our country want us to do our job. And that's one of the reasons why, Mr. Speaker, it didn't matter to me if we sat till 3 o'clock in the morning, or 4 o'clock in the morning, or 11 o'clock at night. We wanted to ensure that people had the opportunity to be able to express themselves. And as we get closer to that deadline, and we've got to get the legislation over into the Senate, and hopefully, Mr. Speaker, that the Senate, and we've seen many reasons to be optimistic as the Senate has taken on this, I believe, a more independent outlook in terms of their responsibilities, that we will see a very productive Senate in terms of dealing with legislation that passes through this elected body that sit inside the House. Mr. Speaker, I think that we have an obligation to do our best job at dealing with this issue, and I would suggest to you that means that we should look at getting it through not only the report stage, but third reading in a timely fashion so that the Senate is able to deal with this. And I, for one, look at a glass as being half full, not half empty, and I hope that the Senate will do likewise in terms of being able to assist us in meeting the Supreme Court of Canada deadline. Mr. Speaker, I realize that my time is quickly expiring. I did want to emphasize, step one, there are many other steps. One of the steps that I know many of my Liberal caucus colleagues, and I would suggest you many members of this House are looking at, is the issue of palliative care. The Government of Canada has been very clear in terms of a solid commitment in two ways. One is the Health Care Accord. The best way to deliver palliative care is through agreements with our provinces, and I wish the Minister of Health the very best in terms of achieving that Health Care Accord. And two, the financial commitment of billions of dollars from this government to try to provide strong leadership going into the future at ensuring that palliative care is a top priority of this government and the different levels and the many different stakeholders that are out there that play a critical role at ensuring that we have the best palliative care system in the world, Mr. Speaker. And I think that that's what it is that this government, this Prime Minister, I know, and I and many colleagues in this House want to achieve. Good, quality, world-class palliative care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for being able to share a few.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Chilliwack, Hope.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And those were very nice words, Mr. Speaker, but I think it's time for action from that side of the House. We are where we are today. We can all cast around different, play the blame game on why more members haven't been able to speak, whether we should have sat till 3 in the morning, as the member said, or till midnight, or whether or not motion 6 was the answer to get this through, which has been withdrawn. We saw yesterday, in a spirit, I would say, of reconciliation after the events that happened earlier this week, the government House Leader, in a very conciliatory way, withdraw his draconian motion 6 and promise to work with the opposition so that more members would have the opportunity to speak on C-14. So they brought this bill on a Friday, which allows 2 hours of debate at report stage. There's been a very reasonable amendment put, and this is where we are today, a motion put on the floor of this House to allow us to debate on Monday. It will not affect the timing of the votes or this bill proceeding to the Senate for 1 minute. Why is this member opposing the opportunity for more members of Parliament to speak just on Monday? It will not affect the timing, the June 6th deadline, or the business of this House. Why not bring this back on Monday for another day of debate to give more members the opportunity to express themselves?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you know, since 1988, when I was first elected, I've been a part of a House leadership team of sorts, whether it's in the province of Manitoba or here. And I would suggest to the member that we recognize that opposition and government side members need to recognize the value of certainty. There's certain things that government need to be able to there is certain things that government is able to do, but there's also obligations of opposition. We need certainty. Both sides need certainty. And if the political will on all sides is just to make sure that members get heard and the certainty of respecting the Supreme Court deadline is there, it's amazing what the House leaderships of all 3 parties can do if they're prepared to work together. But it takes 3 of the parties, and we have to work with our independents in order to make that happen. And if the respect is there, who knows? Keep in mind, we still have third reading that we have to deal with. So I would suggest to all members, if they're genuinely concerned about that they take the time to talk and explain the importance of goodwill and trust with the House leadership.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, I listened with great interest to the words from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, and in many speeches, including his speech, we come back to this date of June 6th as being an absolutely essential limit, and I don't necessarily agree with him. Well, that's an important goal. I'd like to know, how is it that the government is not giving the same importance and the same attention to another element that seems to me just as important as this deadline? That is, that the Carter decision is a unanimous decision of the Supreme Court judges, something that doesn't happen all that often in Canadian law. And the Supreme Court has a certain, what is representative of the Canadian population to a certain extent. So maybe we could go more quickly with this if the government was open to a number of amendments that would bring the bill closer to what the Supreme Court judges unanimously decided. I think that we could agree quickly on that if we gave as much importance to that fact as to the date of June 6th.
Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respect the question. And, in my, was it whether the comments or the response to the first question, I had indicated how important it is that we do respect the Supreme Court of Canada's decision and deadline. I talked about it during second reading. I do believe that we have experts that are around the table, both constitutional experts, the individuals that are maybe a little bit above my pay grade, but the individuals that bring a lot to the table to make sure the constitutionality of this legislation is there and it's intact, the potential of a charter challenge and so forth. I am confident that this bill will do the job, and again, I will emphasize that we still have third reading on this particular piece of legislation to have more dialogue.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And today I'm truly honored to actually have the opportunity to speak on this bill. Initially, I wanted to listen to all of my colleagues within the House, because I recognize that it's important to listen to all Canadians, and I recognize that the 338 parliamentarians bringing their views from their constituents is just as important as to listening to all the things that I have as well. Getting their views on it, as we have seen today, is so important. So therefore, I thank all the members taking part in today's debate. You know, my role as a parliamentarian is truly to do the fact-finding, speaking to the constituents that I represent, and making sure that I get the right message and make this decision and do what is right for my constituency and for all Canadians. And, you know, from that, I decided to do a lot of town halls. I did a town hall. I sent letters to each and every physician in my riding. I had meetings one-on-one with many stakeholders, whether there were physicians that were dealing with palliative care or people who had had family members with chronic illness. And I also received many emails, letters, as well as postcard campaigns. And to start, I just wanted to share one of the letters that I did receive from one of the physicians, one of the many, but today I just want to share this letter from Dr. Carol Harder. I'm emailing in response to your letter I received requesting information on my concerns about Bill C-14. Thank you for requesting physician input. I certainly appreciate having the opportunity to weigh in as a stakeholder in these decisions. This topic is obviously very important to me, and I'm trying to understand all of the implications of this to me and my patients. I appreciate the steps that have been put in place to provide checks and balances that will hopefully prevent abuse of this system by family or healthcare providers. I am concerned that many groups are calling for less restrictions and those who are currently in place dictating who applies for this and who is ineligible. I would ask that you, as our representative, continue to advocate for stringent restrictions with multiple layers of accountability to prevent abuse of this legislation. I understand the protection that is in place for the healthcare providers who will be consciously object to participating in physician-assisted dying, and again would appreciate your advocacy with medical bodies to ensure that this remains in place even for those physicians practicing in remote areas and that may be pressured to provide the service when no one else who does is available in the reasonable geographic distance. Thank you, Carol. It's letters like that is what I came together and all of this type of information when coming to a conclusion on how I will proceed as voting for as a representative of Elgin, Middlesex, London. You know, overall, I had many concerns when I saw this legislation. When I looked at the joint report, there were some great concerns for me, and things including eligibility to include mature minors and those with mental illness. There's the need for palliative care and physicians' rights. That's one of the biggest concerns I have, are the right for physicians, but mature minors, as being a mom, that's something very important to me. And you know, when I looked at this bill, when it came back, I felt that it was very, very necessary to vote in favor to send it to committee. I had to trust my colleagues sitting on that committee from all parties, and I would like to extend a great gratitude to the member from Royal. I had the opportunity to sit in some of those debates and those discussions, and I really got the opportunity to hear what people were saying. It's amazing the work that gets done in committee work, and I believe that many Canadians this week have seen the work that does not get here in Parliament, but it's at that committee level where we actually see good work getting done. So I would like to applaud the member from Mount Royal, as well as all of my colleagues who took part in that really important discussion. But you know, it's something about going and listening to the people. I got to listen to the people who were representing Dying with Dignity, who had one very far side compared to what some of the people who were proactive to make sure that we do not have euthanasia. So it's very different when you're listening to Dying with Dignity witnesses compared to listening to the Association for Community Living. And I also took home and I went and had these discussions with people within my community. And one of the members I met with was Dr. John Hoffus. He's not only a close personal friend, but he is a well-known, respected physician in Elgin, Middlesex, London, who just recently retired. But the biggest thing is he lost his wife from a liver disease, who had suffered for almost 3 years. And I wanted to pick his brain to see what were his thoughts, not only as a physician, but as a family member. And so he shared with me all of those trying moments he went through and all the moments that he went through when having to see his children and his children's children suffer from what their mother was going through. Another physician I reached out was Dr. Derek Vaughan. Derek Vaughan was a family physician, a general practitioner in St. Thomas for a number of years. And he has, in the last few months, he has now restricted his practice to going and doing palliative care only. So going from a general doctor to actually doing house visits with about 10 members in the community, as well as some long-term care homes. And I spoke to him because not only is he a physician, but he is a physician who is suffering from MS. So I really wanted to dig into his brain as well, and I think those were really important. The discussions that I also were with my parents-in-law. And I'm very lucky because my actual father-in-law should be a priest today, but after 3 years of studying, he decided that he was going to step back from that, and I'm fortunate enough to have that because he was able to provide with me not only his religious insight, but his insight as a person who used to counsel people. And so that was great. But one of the most important people that I can remember from all these discussions was a lady named Alice. And Alice came to my town hall. She is a woman who is suffering with 2 irremediable diseases. And she said to me, Karen, I need this legislation. And to me, it's listening to the people like Alice. I listen to the people from all sides. But when I'm sitting down speaking to a lady who in the next few years will be losing her life and recognizing the pain and suffering that she will go through, it's those witnesses and those discussions that I have that really do affect me. Another part that I want to speak about this, and something that's going to come up, I'm sure, in future legislation, is mature minors. And as I said, and I think everybody in this House and everybody across the country has probably heard, I am the mother of 5 children. And one thing that my children always said to me was, Mom, things are different than from when you grew up. I grew up on John Hughes films and Michael Jackson. Things were totally different back in the 80s, and those were great years. We're now in 2016 where our children are 100% wired all the time, whether it is on their cell phones or iPads or whatever. Whatever happens on a Friday night stays with them Friday night, Saturday morning, Saturday night, Sunday morning. It's a different time because what I'm finding is children are now living in a very much more of a chaotic world. Like I said, they're wired in, and there's all this bullying that's happening online. And something where I could sit there and go home on a Friday night and on Monday morning, sunny skies again. The children that we have today are not in that same situation. So we see a lot of mental effects that this has on their children. Even my own children have suffered from this, where you want to unplug them and help them. But unfortunately, society now is a part of our issue. And so, it takes from them from becoming a child who is feeling very depressed to never being able to get out of that. And I'm thinking what's happening is we are now creating grievous conditions for them as well. So that is why when it comes to mature minors, I do not want to see that happen. Finally, when it comes to the palliative care issue, last month I had an aunt pass away. Her name's Aunt Catherine. She had suffered from cancer and had the most tremendous end-of-life care that you could ever ask for. The last family photo that we have of her is her laying in her bed with all of her children, grandchildren, and her husband, Uncle Paul, around that bed as they ate Easter dinner together. And that's one of the last family moments they had together. But it was that extreme palliative care that gave her the best end-of-life situation that you could ever ask for. And that's why I would 100% advocate on the need for palliative care. We need to make sure that we do have a third option. There could be life, there could be assisted dying, and there must be palliative care for people who need that. Finally, I'm coming to the end of this, but we recognize, and things that I've heard many times, is that this is the law of the land. And I think it's really important as parliamentarians that we do it right, just not do it quickly. I recognize that there's the June 6th deadline. I am going to state that, just a few minutes ago when we asked for that extension, I even myself have sat here and listened today to my NDP colleague. There are things that we're learning from every parliamentarian as they get up and they speak today, or, hopefully as they were going to speak on Monday. And it's very unfortunate those rights have been taken away from us once again, because this is how we learn. This is how parliamentarians can educate one another and share the stories from what happened, whether it was my Aunt Catherine or things like that, so that when I'm sharing my things, you can actually have a different sense of what's going on. So, I really am very happy to be up here today. When it comes to this motion, I am very concerned with what we have for amendments, and I hope that we can do more. At this time, I will be supporting the bill, but if there's ever any future motions to include mature minors or those with mental illness without having the palliative care option is there as well, I will not support this legislation in the future. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the heartfelt comments from my colleague across the floor. She obviously speaks with great sincerity and has definitely consulted with the people in her constituency. However, she did mention that the 6th of June was a deadline, and we feel very strongly about trying to respect that deadline. And I guess my question to her is, I can remember well over a year ago when the Supreme Court made its judgment, wanting the government of the time to proceed with, in an expeditious fashion, to begin the debate on this issue. Can she explain to me why the previous government, her Conservative Party, when they were in government, why they did not begin, and why we have today this very rushed schedule? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, I thank you very much for the question. Back in 2015, when this came out, there was initially a panel set up that was set up by the former Justice Minister. But I look at the work that we have done today, and we can talk about these timelines. But, let's be honest. This week, we did Bill C2, Bill 6, Bill C10, and Bill C11. We had all of these things shifted off the order paper. So truly, I think what happened here is it was a very, very important bill. But unfortunately, when it came to the agenda of what we were supposed to be discussing and what we were discussing, there was a lot of political games being played at that time, and actually taking away the official opposition and the opposition members on this side, taking away their rights to debate this. So we can talk about that, but let's be honest, of what's happened this week, we lost hours and hours and hours of crucial debate because of the actions of the government. Thank you.
Good answer.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Basque. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Elgin, Middlesex. I knew her predecessor. I don't know what's in the water in that riding, but it's great to see someone like her and her predecessor and their respect for the institution. So I'd like to thank her for the tone of her speech and for the arguments she made. My question, before I put my question, the only real cooperation there was between the government and the opposition on this very important issue was in the preparation of the report to the government. And I had the opportunity to sit on one meeting, and I saw, the tremendous cooperation between senators and members from all parties. Unfortunately, the bill before us is very different from the recommendations that were made in the report, and that should concern us. There's also the government's insistence on the June 6th deadline and the fear-mongering around a legal vacuum, and I think that's false, because the Supreme Court did set out a legal framework that at least temporarily would allow things to proceed. So I'd like to ask my colleague about the steps that lay ahead of the governments that would permit us to have a truly collaborative approach to this bill, and in following in Quebec's footsteps to attract the greatest possible consensus, because it's impossible to get a unanimous response. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And first of all, I'd like to thank the member for his kind words. We just do it right in Elgin, Middlesex, London. I think that's the way we do it. It's about serving the people, and that's what I've always said. That's what we're supposed to do here. And when we talk about the June 6th deadline, It is important that we are consulting with all Canadians. And yes, the Joint Committee, the report that came from the Joint Committee is very different than what we see in the legislation. You and I, that's why we're here. We're supposed to be debating. You and I have different opinions on that. But at the same time, if we would have had the respect from the government, we would have been able to get more done. I do applaud the committee that did the work after the legislation was created, and I do applaud them for the hard work that they did. I know that they all sat down there and went through there, but I think when it comes to the amendments, we have 2 hours debate on amendments, and that's just not enough. We need to do more, and if we're supposed to be representing Canadians, we need 338 people representing Canadians, not 188. So thank you very much for your time.
Good. Just for the record, I'm sure the honourable member didn't mean her and I had differences in debate. She meant the other person, so I just thought I'd clarify that. Comme il est 13h15, conforme...
It being 1:15, pursuant to a standing order.
Thank you. But the third time's a charm, and I think it is very important, Mr. Speaker, given the importance of debate on this issue, that we have another opportunity to extend it without affecting the timeline for the Supreme Court decision. So without moving the votes, we could extend debate on this. I know the government deputy House Leader perhaps doesn't feel the same sense of urgency on this matter. He's been spearheading the movement against this motion today because he's spoken twice already, once at second reading and then at report stage on this bill, but other members haven't spoken at all. They'd appreciate that opportunity.
Okay, very good. I'm sorry. I was going to ask that question.
I hope perhaps the Deputy House Leader has had time to call his boss and see if we can get a different answer this time. The motion is that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the time allocation order for Bill C-14 adopted on May 18, 2016, pursuant to Standing Order 78-3, be deemed amended to replace the words "not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill" with the words "not more than 2 further sitting days shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill." Thank you.
Do I have unanimous consent to accept the motion? I believe it's fairly clear. No, we do not have unanimous consent. It being 1:15, pursuant to order... Is everybody okay that I can continue? Good. Thank you. Appreciate that. Comme il est 13h15...
It being 1:15, pursuant to standing order adopted on Wednesday, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to put forthwith all questions necessary to dispose of the report stage of the bill that is currently before the House.
By Ms. Sans Souci, move that Bill C-14 be amended by deleted Clause 3. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. All those in favor of the motion, please say yea. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. I declare the motion defeated. Or sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. We have a... I forgot to look up. We got carried away. The recorded division on the motion stands to deferred then. Motion number 16, Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands, seconded by Mr. Thériault, move that Bill C-14 in Clause 9.1 be amended by replacing line 22 on page 13 with the following. Health no later than 45 days after the day. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. All those in favor of the motion, please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. The recorded division on the motion stands deferred. Okay. Order. Normally at this time, the House would proceed to taking of deferred recorded divisions at the report stage of the bill. However, pursuant to Standing Order 45, the record division stands deferred until Monday, May 30th, 2016 at the ordinary hour of daily adjourn. Now, we have a point of order.
If you seek to find the consent of the House to see the clock at 1:30, or is that too early?
Does the House agree that it's 1:30? It is 1:30 then. We see the clock as 1:30. It being not 1:30, la Chambre abordera.
The House will now deal with private members' business in the order indicated on today's order paper.
Scarborough Rouge Park, the Mr. Anasandarangiri, seconded by Mr. Saroya, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the contribution that Tamil Canadians have made to Canadian society, the richness of the Tamil language and culture, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon Tamil heritage for future generations by declaring January every year Tamil Heritage Month. Debate. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of my private member's bill, motion M24, Tamil Heritage Month, celebrating the contributions of Tamil Canadians in our country. Canada is truly enriched by the Tamil language, culture, and history. Multiculturalism is indigenous to Canada, Mr. Speaker. Canada has always had a plurality of languages and peoples living here since time immemorial. Any discussion on a settler community in Canada cannot start without first acknowledging and thanking the traditional keepers of this land. We are grateful to our Indigenous peoples, and as we are here, gathered here on the traditional, unceded lands of the Algonquin people, let us reflect on the enormous collective responsibility of all Canadians towards building a more equitable country, one that respects our Indigenous peoples.
I'd like to thank the Conservative Party, the New Democrats, and the Green Party for supporting my motion. I'd also like to thank our Minister of Canadian Heritage, the government, my Liberal colleagues, and our respective staff for their hard work, ongoing feedback, and support for this motion.
We wouldn't be here today had it not been for the municipalities of Markham, Stouffville, Ajax, Pickering, Oshawa, Whitby, Brampton, Toronto, Ottawa, and York Region, and school boards such as the Toronto District School Board that took a lead in entrenching Tamil Heritage Month in their respective jurisdictions. I want to particularly acknowledge the province of Ontario for recognizing Tamil Heritage Month in 2014. I wish to thank the many individuals and organizations in the Tamil community and many allies of the community for their hard work over the years that have allowed us to bring this to the national stage. Except for Indigenous peoples, all of us in Canada have come together in this great country from around the world. In Canada, our diversity makes us stronger. In many ways, it is this diversity that unifies us and brings us closer. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms ensures that no matter who you are in Canada, you have the right to be yourself, to keep your identity and culture without being any less Canadian. Our late Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau established Canada's official multiculturalism policy in 1971. This bold action opened Canada's doors to the world. With this policy, Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau saw multiculturalism as the most powerful tool for, and I quote, preserving human rights, developing Canadian identity, strengthening citizenship, and reinforcing Canadian unity. Multiculturalism was later entrenched in Section 27 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and in 1988, the Multiculturalism Act went into effect. Our Prime Minister said it best, a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. In Canada, Mr. Speaker, there's space for us all. Mr. Speaker, the Tamil language dates back 500 BC. It is considered to be one of the oldest living ancient languages in the world, with a written tradition dating back to the same period. This linguistic tradition ties Tamils to a deep and unbroken cultural history that stretches generations. The Tamil language is recognized throughout the world. It has received recognition from India as a classical language. Singapore declared it an official language. It is a national language in Sri Lanka and has been recognized as the official state language of Tamil Nadu. India அரசினில் செம்மொழியாகவும், Singapore அரசினில் ஆட்சி மொழியாகவும், இலங்கையில் தேசிய மொழியாகவும் தமிழ்நாட்டு அரசின் ஆட்சி மொழியாகவும் உலகமெல்லாம் அறிந்த மொழி தமிழ் மொழி. There's a very important proverb in classical Tamil poetry in Tamil that reads, Yadam ore yavaram kelir, meaning every country is my country and every person is my kin. The transnational Tamil experience has meant that Tamils have moved extensively over the years. The origins of the Tamil people can be traced to South Asia, but they started to migrate all over the world, first in search of better opportunities, then as indentured laborers, and more recently for safety and security. Tamils initially went to the British colonies such as South Africa, Malaysia, Singapore, and also to places like Mauritius. In the 20th century, Tamil migration led to significant permanent communities being established in Europe, Australia, and Americas. Tamils are a diverse people. It means you can practice any faith, come from any corner of the world, and still be a proud Tamil. Tamils have called Canada home since the 1940s. However, the first real community didn't come together until the 1960s. Tamils initially came as students from different parts of the world, such as India, South Africa, Malaysia, and Sri Lanka. Many went back to their home countries after their studies, while many more ended up settling in Canada. This was followed by professionals, some of whom settled in towns across the country, from Belleville, Ontario, to Dawson Creek, British Columbia, and anywhere in between. The first recorded Tamil cultural organization in Canada was the Bharati Kalamandram, established in 1969, and this was followed by the Tamil Ilam Society of Canada in 1978. The community took shape in many urban centers, including the Greater Toronto Area, Montreal, Ottawa, Windsor, Halifax, Winnipeg, Edmonton, and Vancouver. By 1983, there were 3,000 Tamils living across the country. The most significant arrival of Tamils in Canada began in 1983 as refugees from Sri Lanka sought safety from persecution. As a response to the anti-Tamil pogroms on the island of Sri Lanka, and due to the hard work of the community at that time, Canada opens its doors to refugees by establishing a special measures program. It enabled Canadians to sponsor their extended family members and normalize status to refugees already in the country. Due to ongoing violence on the island, Sri Lanka became a top refugee-producing country for many years. Mr. Speaker, Tamils have taken extraordinary risks to come to Canada over the years. Like many refugees, they bet everything for the promise of a better life where they would no longer have to live in fear or be treated as second-class citizens. While waves of refugees came to Canada by boat, many more recent refugees came to Canada by conventional means with the support of their families. In 1986, 155 Tamil refugees came to our country seeking safety off the coast of St. Shots, Newfoundland. They were saved at sea by Captain Gus Dalton and his crew from Admiral's Beach. This year marks the 30th anniversary of the first group of Tamil refugees that arrived by boat. While it is a celebration of the success of this community, it is also an opportune time to recognize and thank the people of Newfoundland for their generosity. Mr. Speaker, the next group of Tamils that came to Canada by boat did not receive as generous a welcome. As you're aware, on Wednesday, our Prime Minister issued a moving apology on behalf of our government for Canada's failure to welcome those arriving on board the SS Kamagatu Maru in 1914. While Canada has come a long way in the last century since that incident, from time to time, our deeply buried prejudices have been allowed to surface. As a direct result of the war in Sri Lanka, 2 more boats carrying Tamil refugees, the MV Ocean Lady in 2009, carrying 76 Tamils, and MV Sunsea in 2010, carrying 492 Tamils, arrived off our western coast in Victoria, British Columbia. These refugees arrived and shared their stories of being victims of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. Thankfully, Canada did not turn these refugees away. However, we failed to understand their plight. From the moment they arrived, we treated these refugees as criminals, keeping hundreds of men, women, and even children in detention for several months. Many of these refugees continue to live in legal limbo today. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to meet with most of those who arrived aboard these 2 boats, and their stories are heart-wrenching. Just this month, I met a young man whose parents were killed when he was 10 years old, and he came to Canada on the MV Sun-Sea at the age of 19. Today, he's 26, thriving, and Canada is his home. It is this shared sense of history and perseverance that in many ways defines the Tamil community in Canada and around the world. Maintenant, je veux souligner le travail.
Now I want to underscore the work of Tamil Canadians to conserve their language and culture.
We have a number of very important organizations that work on promoting the Tamil language and culture. The University of Toronto, under the leadership of the late Professor Chelva Kanaganayagam, and more recently York University under the leadership of Professor Philip Kelly, and the University of Windsor under the Poet Laureate of the Tamil community, Rudramurthy Charan, have sparked a great deal of interest in advancing Tamil studies in Canada. Additional courses are continuing to be developed. Annual Tamil Studies conferences, lectures, and symposiums have attracted many local and international academics to our great country. Ultimately, there's a strong movement to establish a research chair in Tamil studies. The interdisciplinary study of the Tamil people, language, and culture is further supported by awards such as the N. Sivalingam Award in Tamil Studies at York University and the Tamil Literary Gardens Essay Award. At a primary and secondary school level, there are many organizations that are teaching tens of thousands of students the precious Tamil language. Organizations such as Arivagam, Tamil Academy, and the many school boards offering Tamil heritage language classes. There are other programs that teach Bharatanatyam, Sangeetam, and other fine arts. Many young people undertake extensive training in these fine arts for their arangetrams. I want to acknowledge the keepers and teachers, parents and grandparents for their hard work in instilling the love of the Tamil language, arts, and culture in our young people. Tamil மொழியை காப்பவருக்கும் கற்பினம் ஆசிரியருக்கும் தமிழ் மொழியையும் கலையும் கலாச்சாரத்தையும் துளி துளியாக ஊட்டி வரும் பெற்றோர்களுக்கும் நான் நன்றி சொல்ல கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கிறேன். Mr. Speaker, nothing makes me prouder than to reflect on the enormous strides made by young Canadians. You will recall the recent story of a 17-year-old Prashantan Aruchanan, who is the first Ontarian to win the NHL Thurgood Marshall Scholarship, or young professionals like Anusha Arlaya, a lawyer with our Department of Justice, who moved to Nunavut to work for legal aid for a period of time, and that of the recent winners of the Google Demo Days Game Changer Award, Knowledge HoC, led by Travis Rudnam. I'm equally inspired by the leadership undertaken by Tamil Canadians in giving back to our country. Geeta Murthy founded the South Asian Autism Awareness Center and has inspired much-needed focus on autism. Devi Arasanayagam and Ravi Sridharan, who helped run the Fort York Food Bank, and Manjula Selvaraja, a successful entrepreneur and philanthropist. These achievements not only speak to the great contributions that Tamil Canadians currently make to our country, but gives us a glimpse into the future potential of this community. Mr. Speaker, I must confess, every time I go into a restaurant in a major city, I find myself peeking into the kitchen. More often than not, I see a very tired, middle-aged man at the kitchen working his second job. Inevitably, he will be Tamil. I will end up having a long conversation about how hard his daughter is studying. You can see the father's pride, but you can also see the enormous sacrifice in his eyes. Mr. Speaker, Tamil Heritage Month is a very important way for us to celebrate and recognize Tamil Canadians and their contributions to our society. Tamil Heritage Month in Canada is as much about being Tamil as it is about being Canadian. This means not just preserving the Tamil language and culture for future generations of Tamils, but also celebrating and instilling shared Canadian values and responsibilities. I'm confident that the Tamil Canadians will fulfill their historical obligations, especially to repair and reset the relationship with their Indigenous brothers and sisters. From the labs of Goose Bay, the restaurants of Montreal, the financial towers of Toronto, the factories of Vaughan, the innovative hubs in Waterloo, to the oil fields of Alberta, and to the truckers of British Columbia. Tamil Canadians are a proud part of this country, and today our House will ensure that their experiences will forever be recognized each and every January from coast to coast to coast through recognizing Tamil Heritage Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like many of my colleagues, I too would congratulate the member for not only a fine speech, but just the diligent work he has brought to the table in bringing forward this bill in the first place. Canada is indeed a very diversified country, and as the Prime Minister has said, that it is our strength, our diversity. And the question that I have for the member is maybe he could just tell us a little bit more in terms of how it is that he came to advocate, put forward this particular piece of legislation, and ultimately what I suspect will be support from all sides of the House. And if he can just maybe provide some details as to who he would like to say a special thank you to.
Honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my friend for that question. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of different people that have inspired this piece of this motion. It starts with many community members who've worked very hard for a long period of time. Many of the different municipalities and school boards that have done enormous work over the last decade or so. It's certainly important that I found a lot of friends within different parties who took this on. So it's really a credit to all of us in this House, really a demonstration of how we can all work together. But I particularly want to thank our team in our research bureau, Ian Perkins and Brett Tallman and John Delacourt. And I know they're the real unsung heroes of many of the work that we do, but I particularly want to thank them in this moment for making sure that this motion gets the respect and recognition it deserves. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, again, I'm not going to say no to the opportunity to talk and ask the member in terms of if he can talk about the Tamil community. This is a community that has grown and become a very real part of Canadian society, both culturally, socially, economically, and maybe if he might want to provide some of his thoughts in regards to that also.
Well, member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Once again, thank my friend for that question. I see the Tamil community Tamil Canadian community as a work in progress. There's right now what we've seen the last 30 to 40 years is enormous strength, perseverance, hard work that has really led to a great foundation in which we stand today. If you look at our country in 2009, there were 30,000 Tamils outside this parliament who were seeking a voice. And today what we find is we have a voice that's projected in parliament, not just by a Tamil member, but that's shared by all members here. And I think that's the type of strength that we're talking about. It is about using this as a great foundation and building a greater community where Tamil Canadians will play a very integral role in our country going forward. And particularly, and I want to really emphasize, the historical responsibility this community has towards making sure that our Indigenous population is supported and we absolutely ensure that we do right by them. And we share in that, the Tamil Canadian community will share in that responsibility and certainly to contribute to any other way we can build this country.
Questions and comments? We have time for a short one, if possible. Not seeing. I'm sorry. The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, food is always the icebreaker. I have about 5 million Tamil restaurants in my riding, especially starting from Babu Catering to many, many others. And if he can provide some more information to the public regarding the Tamil food, what people should be expecting, what should be looking for it when they go to Tamil restaurants.
In 50 seconds or less, the honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
I'd like to thank my friend for seconding this motion, and certainly we share a lot of restaurants. I know first thing I would recommend is make sure it's properly ventilated and there's sufficient air conditioning on a very warm day, and make sure you have lots of water. But it is one aspect of the culture, and we see, for example, Tamil Fest this year in Toronto, as it was last year, will now become one of the showcase events where the food and culture will come together. So I hope members can join us in Scarborough this year for Tamil Fest once again.
Here, here.
Miga Nandri. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Malale Penelakakal. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to speaking on the Motion 24, which, if adopted, recognizes January as a Tamil Heritage Month every year. This holiday would underline the contributions made by members of the Tamil Canadian community and provide opportunities for educational experiences, events for Tamil culture. The month of January is significant to the timing of the Tamil Heritage Month because it includes Thai Pongal, the Tamil Harvest Festival. And as the President of the National Council of Canadian Tamils, Dr. Rajan Sirajan, has said, Tamils from all over the world celebrate Thai Pongal in the month of January to give thanks to the sun for providing the energy for a bountiful harvest. This is similar to our Thanksgivings. Many events celebrating the arts and cultural richness of the heritage are held during this festival, and new ventures are moved forward, are initiated during the Thai Pongal, making it the time of a new beginning. These new ventures, Mr. Speaker, are new ventures that have helped build this country by Tamil Canadians. Now, the Conservative Party, along with, I think, all Canadians, have a proud history of opening their arms to the Tamil community across the country. We recognize how Tamil Canadians are helping build our nation. What is not so well known, though, is that a Conservative Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney, initiated the direct action to allow the resettlement of Tamils after the attempted ethnic cleansing in 1983 of Tamils in Sri Lanka. This single act of generosity eventually led to the resettlement of over 300,000 Tamils here in Canada, many of whom I think many of us call friends. I call friends from across the country. And as part of the last Conservative government, I fully supported and applauded our government's decision to condemn Sri Lanka, boycott the Commonwealth Summit, and cut off funding to the Commonwealth for its refusal to change the venue while denouncing the human rights abuses in Sri Lanka and the release of the statement on the genocide in Sri Lanka, denouncing these atrocities. Now, Tamil Canadians are one of the fastest growing communities in Canada, boasting thousands of successful professionals in academia, lawyers, doctors, engineers, just to name a few. In fact, the current president of the Canadian National Tamil Association, Dr. Srirajan, is an engineer himself at the University of Manitoba, a professor there, contributing to the education of not just Tamil Canadians, but obviously a wealth of young engineers. Additionally, the community is well known for its entrepreneurial ventures in important sectors of the economy, such as manufacturing, hospitality, education, and technology.
The Tamil community in Canada is well integrated and represents approximately 300,000 people. They share Canadian values of freedom, human rights, democracy, and sharing. These people in the mid-1980s arrived as refugees. They had quickly fled a very difficult situation.
Came to our country after atrocious experiences of genocide and oppression in their own country. And they deeply understand the value and importance of freedom, justice, and stand firm with our Canadian identity, with our Canadian values here, as the member opposite also mentioned earlier, advocating for human rights, freedom, tolerance, and generosity. Many arrived in Canada, as I mentioned earlier, as refugees decades ago, and now are proudly part of the Canadian fabric. The community's success can be attributed to hard-working individuals, highly valuing education and fiscal responsibility. The community's long-standing commitments to the arts, culture, literature. In fact, Canadian Tamils are able to preserve one of the longest surviving classical languages with literature spanning over 2,000 years. Tamil language studies at Canadian universities, along with their annual conferences, enrich our communities and has made Canada, in particular Toronto, the center for Tamil studies across all of North America. Tamil Canadians have been and continue to be generous and supportive of many charities, including a place where I currently work, CHIO, here in Ottawa, the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario, as well as the Canadian Cancer Society, Sick Kids, and numerous others have been huge beneficiaries of not only charities that Tamil Canadians participate in, but the ones they host individually amongst their community members. La contribution de la communauté Tamil.
The contribution of the Tamil community in Canada is significant. Tamils are involved in charitable organizations and give time and money to share with other Canadians. I support this motion because it is also an acknowledgement of this important contribution.
Tamil community here in Canada and the National Council of Canadian Tamils in celebrating their vibrant heritage, which I understand has flourished for over 2,500 years. And today, here, it flourishes more in Canada. Nandri, Monsieur le Président, merci. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members in this House to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my privilege to rise today to speak to this motion sponsored by the member of Scarborough Rouge Park, which asks that the government recognize the month of January as Tamil Heritage Month. The motion also calls for recognition on the contributions that Tamil Canadians have put to Canadian society, the richness of the Tamil language, culture, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon Tamil heritage for future generations. This, Mr. Speaker, is something the NDP can and will support at second reading. It is something the NDP has supported consistently over the years. In fact, the wording in this motion is almost identical to the wording of a private member's bill that was introduced by then NDP member for Scarborough Rouge River and Canada's first Tamil member of Parliament in 2013. That bill unfortunately died on the order paper. Mr. Speaker, passing this motion does not necessarily mean this government will take action, as you know. Motions are non-binding, and the government has no obligation to act. However, I hope this government sees fit to recognize January every year as Tamil Heritage Month. For the past few years, a member of the NDP has rose in this chamber to recognize Tamil Heritage Month and to ask the government to instill that recognition in a permanent and ongoing matter. In fact, in each of 2014 and 2015, the former NDP member for Davenport rose in the House and made the following statement, and I quote, "On behalf of the New Democratic Party, I am pleased to recognize today as the beginning of Tamil Heritage Month. For the entire month of January, Canada's Tamil community will be celebrating its history and culture with a variety of events, including Thai Pongal, the Tamil Monsoon celebration. For more than 75 years, Tamils have enriched our country both on the economic and socio-cultural levels. We acknowledge their contribution and are proud to recognize them." The NDP is urging the government to support our bill to officially designate the month of January Tamil Heritage Month. And Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss if I did not mention that after a number of attempts and motions were presented over the past years in the Ontario legislature, and one of those by the leader of the Ontario NDP, Bill 156, which recognizes January as Tamil Heritage Month in Ontario, and was finally passed on March 25th, 2014. Mr. Speaker, I find the preamble to that bill very interesting. It reads, "Tamils began migrating to Ontario as early as the 1940s. Since that time, Tamil Canadians have overcome tremendous obstacles and have made significant contributions to the growth and prosperity of Ontario. January is an important month for Tamil Canadians. The Tamil Harvest Festival, Thai Pongal, as well as the Tamil artistic and cultural events take place in January. By proclaiming the month of January as Tamil Heritage Month, the province of Ontario recognizes the value contributions that Tamil Canadians have made to Ontario's social, economic, political, and cultural fabric. Tamil Heritage Month is an opportunity to remember, celebrate, and educate future generations about that inspirational role that Tamil Canadians have played and continue to play in communities across Ontario." And it goes on to proclaim that the month of January in each year is proclaimed as Tamil Heritage Month. And why is this important, Mr. Speaker? Well, 150,000 people in Canada identify Tamil as their mother tongue. That means the actual community, which would include those second and third generation members, is actually significantly higher. I recently did a Google search regarding the Tamil community and was amazed at the sheer number of activities at events celebrating not only Tamil Heritage Month, but other activities throughout their year. I was also impressed by the number of articles discussing the contributions of Tamils in our community. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Neithan Shan is presently a Toronto School Board trustee and the founder and chair of the Tamil Heritage Month initiative. I don't think I could ever truly explain the importance of the initiative, but I think Mr. Shan can, and I quote from his message from the chair. Quote, in 2009, it became more important than ever for the Tamils in the diaspora to identify ways to safeguard and promote our histories, heritage, language, and unity. Consequently, I wanted to initiate a long-term project that can help us, Tamils in diaspora, to remember, promote, and celebrate the histories and heritage of Tamils around the world, having participated and learned from both our own Tamil Language Week initiatives of the past as well as from the various Heritage Months celebrated by other communities in Canada, such as Black History Month, Asian Heritage Month. I thought it would be useful to have a month for the Tamils in Canada, not just to celebrate our arts and culture, but more importantly, to educate ourselves, our youth and non-Tamils, about the contributions Tamils have made in social, economic, political, culture, scientific, and other spheres of life for centuries around the world. The idea became a reality in January 2010 with the incredible support of the two founding partner organizations. And I'm hoping I can pronounce this, I'm saying this right, Arivakam Canada and Canada Tamil Academy, both of whom support many thousands of our students to learn the Tamil language and heritage across Canada. My sincere appreciation and thanks to those two organizations, as well as to the other 20-plus prominent Tamil Canadian organizations, for adding strength to their initiative. We are proud to say that this initiative has been very successful in getting all of our major organizations to work together for a common cause with mutual respect and understanding. This year, as in past, we have an opening ceremony, over 25 events and activities across the country. Closing cultural event titled Thai Visa, launch of our website, publication of our official Tamil Heritage Month poster and Tamil Heritage Guide, and many other media and social media awareness campaigns. More details of these activities will be published through our over 20 Tamil Canadian media partners, TV stations, radio stations, print media, and online media. It is important for us to celebrate our arts and language, but it's also important for us to celebrate and recognize the contributions of Tamils in science, philosophy, literature, mathematics, architectural, civil administration, trade and commerce, political systems, sports and recreation, environmental protection, struggles against various oppressions, etc. I'm hopeful that this initiative evolves. Our activities and events will start to reflect the multi-dimensional contributions of Tamils to the world in the past, present, and future. Mr. Speaker, we live in a multicultural society, a country that has been built by those coming here from other countries and building new lives, new communities. And we are all, as Canadians, very proud of those roots, and we continue to welcome the contributions of those coming from other countries to this day. Mr. Shan is just one of the many members of the Tamil community who has made significant contributions to this country. And there are incredible stories of other Tamil individuals that show how much they have given to Canada. It is time this government give the Tamil community the recognition they deserve. We need to join those jurisdictions that have already recognized January officially as a Tamil Heritage Month, and we need to pass this motion, and we need to make it binding for each and every January from here forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it is an honour for me today to have the opportunity to speak to the House today in support of motion M24, introduced by my colleague and friend from Scarborough Park, seeking to have the House recognize the Tamil community's contributions to Canada
and to establish January as Tamil Heritage Month. Mr. Speaker, Canada has a long and proud tradition of opening its arms to newcomers from around the globe, and because of this, we have become one of the most diverse countries in the world. And, Mr. Speaker, the presence of Tamils in Canada have made a very significant contribution to that diversity and to our success. Mr. Speaker, people come from all over the world, speaking every language, practicing every faith tradition, and knowing every culture. And they come to this country to live in peace and in harmony and in safety. They know that they will enjoy in Canada a sense of belonging in our multicultural society. And each of them will play an important role in developing our economic strength and our cultural diversity. Mr. Speaker, in 1988, Canada became one of the first nations to pass a Multiculturalism Act. This law requires that we preserve and enhance the multicultural heritage of all Canadians. It also requires that we work to ensure that all Canadians are equal in our economic, social, cultural, and political life. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to promoting and upholding Canadian diversity and strengthening our multicultural and pluralistic society. We know that Canada is strong not in spite of our diversity, but because of it. And Parliament's support for Tamil Heritage Month will be consistent and in line with that recognition. Mr. Speaker, comme Canadiens, nous célébrons en...
Mr. Speaker, as Canadians, we all celebrate the diversity of our country. We learn about our common challenges and our shared values. We move forward together.
Le mois de patrimoine Tamil sera pour nous une occasion de célébrer notre diversité et permettre à la communauté Tamil de partager sa culture, ses traditions et son histoire avec nous.
And history with us all.
Mr. Speaker, January is an important month for the Tamil community, with the first month of the Tamil calendar beginning in mid-January. As well, the Tamil community celebrate Thai Pongal, a harvest festival that brings together friends and family to share in a traditional meal, music, and festivities. It is a chance for reflection and to give thanks for good fortune and the opportunities to come. Tamil Heritage Month has already been declared in many communities in Ontario. For example, in Mississauga, Durham, Ottawa, Toronto, Markham, and Pickering. They have all declared January as Tamil Heritage Month, and in 2014, the province of Ontario proclaimed January as Tamil Heritage Month. In 2015, the Toronto District School Board, one of the largest and most diverse school boards in Canada, unanimously passed a motion recognizing January as Tamil Heritage Month. This will allow public schools in the Toronto District to celebrate Tamil heritage, culture, language, and history, not just among Tamil students, but with all students of all backgrounds. Significant migration of Tamils to Canada began in the 1940s, with most arriving as economic immigrants, and for some, the opportunity to be reunited with family already here. The 1980s, as you have heard, saw a large influx of Tamils fleeing from civil war in Sri Lanka, and Canada proudly opened its doors to provide a safe haven for those citizens. Mr. Speaker, by 2011, the National Household Survey indicates that approximately 49,000 people in Canada report their ethnic origin as Tamil, and perhaps much more significantly, 180,000 reported that they speak Tamil. Tamil Heritage Month will provide an opportunity for all Canadians to get to know more about this important community and how much it has contributed to Canada. Tamils are involved in a remarkably wide range of fields, both technical, skilled trades, science, medical, legal, entrepreneurial, political, and so much more. Some notable individuals who are part of the Tamil community include the writer Shyam Selvadare and athletes such as tennis table player Pradeep Peter Paul and cricketer Sanjayan Thurasingham. Members of Canada's Tamil community have in the past been key players in the creation of Canadian history, identity, and society, and they will continue today and in the future to shape our national story. Mr. Speaker, this acknowledgement is a very personal one for me. In 2009, when tens of thousands of Tamil Canadians took to the street in demonstrations, it was a challenge to our pluralism and our values of embracing our diversity. And together, my friends and neighbors who are Tamil Canadians from Scarborough and from Toronto worked with all of us to help us understand the importance of those values. And together, I think that Tamil heritage has made an enormous contribution to Canadian heritage, and it needs to be recognized. J'espère que les Canadiens.
I hope that Canadians of all backgrounds will see Tamil Heritage Month as an occasion, an opportunity to appreciate and to celebrate Tamil culture, while also celebrating our shared Canadian identity. Celebrating diversity also means participating. It requires that we participate in activities that promote intercultural understanding and the building of ties between communities.
The community has already taken the initiative to introduce itself to the Greater Toronto Area through last year's Tamil Fest. This inaugural event provided an opportunity for the Tamil community to introduce its culture to the Greater Toronto community. People were also able to learn more about the history of this community in Canada through a mobile museum that was on site during the event. Mr. Speaker, I am confident that in the days ahead, with the establishment of Tamil Heritage Month, there will be numerous activities and festivities, such as Tamil Fest, across the country to showcase Tamil culture and history and the further opportunities the community will have to build bridges with all Canadians. I would like to conclude by reiterating my support for this motion and highlighting it's essential that Canadians celebrate the well-known and lesser-known communities that have helped to make Canada one of the most successful multicultural countries in the world. I would also like to acknowledge the leadership of my colleague from Scarborough Rouge for his efforts to make this possible. Based on this, Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to encourage all members of the House to vote in favour of the member's motion. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, Vanakkam Nadri. I am pleased to rise today to add my voice in support for motion M24 recognizing Tamil Heritage Month. The motion would recognize January as Tamil Heritage Month each and every year. Tamil Heritage Month would recognize the contributions made by members of Tamil Canadian community and provide opportunities for educational events and celebration of Tamil culture. The month of January is significant to the timing of Tamil Heritage Month because it includes Thai Pongal and the Tamil Harvest Festival, as well as other Tamil artistic and cultural events. Tamil Heritage Month would provide an opportunity to showcase and share the Tamil community's vibrant culture, traditions, and long-standing history with fellow Canadians. While the similar commemorative months exist in May to recognize South Asian Heritage Month, this month celebrates the contribution of Indians, Pakistanis, Sri Lankans, and Bangladeshi descent. However, the Tamil from distinct ethno-linguistic group in these regions with a population of 200,000 in Canada and over 77 million worldwide. The distinct culture merits separate commemoration. Mr. Speaker, many cities throughout the Greater Toronto Area have proclaimed the month of January to be a Tamil Heritage Month, including Pickering, Ajax, Whitby, and Brampton. A similar private member's bill was proposed by Progressive Conservative member of Provincial Parliament in Ontario, which was supported by both the Liberals and NDP. In the past, Conservative Party members have commemorated the occasion in this House, in the House of Commons. More recently, the former Conservative Member of Parliament and Minister of Immigration read an SO 31 to celebrate Tamil Heritage Month. Clearly, cross-partisan support for Tamil Heritage Month is evident at the federal, provincial, and municipal level. With their culture rooted in the Indus Valley civilization, Tamil is one of the longest surviving classical language, which contains enormous classical traditions and literature. Tamil began migrating to Canada as early as 1940s. Since that time, Tamil Canadians have overcome tremendous obstacles and have made significant contribution to the growth and prosperity of Canada. The Tamil community is committed to preserving its rich heritage, has contributed greatly to Canada's cultural mosaic. After fleeing their native Sri Lanka following the outbreak of civil war in the 1980s, many sought freedom and security in Canada. Changes in Canadian immigration and refugee policy largely facilitated the arrival of many of post-1983 migrations. Sympathetic to their plight, Canadian policies facilitated the entrance of Tamil by allowing most Tamil asylum seekers to bypass one or more stages of the refugee hearing process. The Tamil asylum claims filed with the Canadian Immigration and Refugee Board between 1989 and 1998 had an average acceptance rate of 85%. Throughout the 1980s and 1990s, tens of thousands of Tamil arrived in Canada and settled in large metropolitan cities like Toronto and Montreal. The Sri Lankan Tamil community can rightly claim to be a model for any refugee community and one that Canada can be proud of. They were determined to succeed and prosper in a country that gave them a second life. Right. Mr. Speaker, it is remarkable that within the relatively short span of time, Tamils have well established themselves in Canada, empowered by their high level of literacy, education, professional competency in all walks of life. They have planted deep roots in Canada and are flourishing in the entrepreneurial sphere with the numerous prosperous business establishments. Mr. Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to quote a Tamil dictum proffered by Tamil poet 2,000 years ago, reflecting the inner soul of Tamil people as it existed then, as it does today. He said, Yatam ore yaram kelar. It simply means the earth belongs to all and all are equal. When expanded further, it says, let there be a peaceful existence among the nations of earth, and let us treat others, our neighbors, as brothers and sisters. This is what the Tamils offered to the world 2,000 years ago and continue to offer today. Mr. Speaker, Tamil verses and the emphasis, both in their oral and written traditions, have been maintained and preserved for over 2,600 years. They worship nature and treat the environment as place of their worship. They follow their traditions and patronize their art and culture without causing any hindrance to others, because they believe that the earth belongs to all. Their neighbors are their brothers and sisters, as dictated by their ancient dictum. Wherever Tamil migrate or settle, they take their culture and tradition with them and preserve to maintain them in full to the best of their ability with no hindrance to their neighbors. Throughout the decades in Canada, Tamil have proved their worth with their contribution to the society and respect to the law of the land. Their cultural displays and festivals have brought colors, vibrancy, and pride to Canada. Many non-Tamil Canadians have had the pleasure of intermingling with Tamils and Tamil cultures, serenade and experiencing Tamil hospitality and cultural entertainments with their dance and music, art and theater, language and culture. The Tamils community in Canada deserve merit for further enriching the Canadian culture mosaic. Right. Mr. Speaker, it is only fitting that Tamil Heritage Month be dedicated to celebrate the Canadian Tamil community's unique cultural life and to recognize their contribution to Canadian society. Nadri, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill, Kiwatnis, Askey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise in this House and in support of this motion. And of course, my colleague from Hamilton Mountain also conveyed our support in the NDP on this important motion. And certainly, as somebody who is the daughter of immigrants, I understand well what it means to be both Canadian, but a proud Canadian, but also to be connected to my heritage and to my community, as one would say here in Canada. And in my case, that's the Greek community, a community that I'm proud to belong to. And, as I've pointed out in the House before, I'm also somebody who understands how important it is to maintain that connection to our heritage. And that's really what today's motion is about, is the need to recognize that whether it's for Tamil Canadians who immigrated to Canada, or their children or their grandchildren who were born and who have been raised in Canada, the recognition that our Parliament would give to a time to honor who they are, to honor their language, their culture, is something that obviously is really an important message. And I guess what I would say is that, of course, I think many of us in this House share that same sentiment vis-a-vis other communities as well, and the need to support immigrant communities, to support linguistic diversity, and to support cultural programming for ethnic communities or multicultural communities in the country. And while, of course, the federal government has played a role on this front, we've seen that in some cases there's been a penchant to go for the symbolic rather than the substantive. And so the resources haven't always been there in terms of making sure that our language schools are supported, to make sure that our cultural programming is supported, to make sure that festivals are supported that celebrate our multicultural identity. And that, Mr. Speaker, is something that I certainly hope that this government will take seriously in terms of its budgetary commitments. As somebody whose first language is neither English nor French, having another mother tongue, I know how important it is to make sure that there's government funding in order for second and third generation kids and whoever wants, obviously, to learn their mother tongue. And that's, by supporting that kind of work, by supporting our communities, our diverse communities on that front, we build a stronger sense of what it is to be Canadian. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I stand here in support of M24, I also send the message that it's important that we move from yes, support the symbolic, but also recognize that there is also a government role in terms of funding commitments. There is a government role in terms of partnering, including with our provinces, our multicultural organizations, our community centers, in order to make sure that we are building that diversity that we're all so very proud of. And as I pointed out, for me, it's while my heritage may not be Tamil in this case, I certainly recognize the importance of recognizing the contributions of the Tamil community, recognizing the contributions of immigrant communities to Canada, recognizing the contributions of the children and the grandchildren of immigrants to our country, and recognizing that we build a stronger Canada when we support diversity, both in the case of M24 and legislation of this kind. So it's a real honor to be able to rise in this House and speak to this motion. And certainly what I would also add is this allows, I think, for more conversations in terms of how we can be supporting communities. And another area that I should note that is really a very important issue for many immigrant communities, many ethnic communities in Canada is also immigration. And yesterday, in fact, I was in Toronto and I had the opportunity to visit with a number of young racialized youth in Scarborough in particular, and we had very good conversations about the challenges that they face. a number of them were born and raised in Canada to immigrant parents. Some were born overseas and grew up in Canada. And, and many of them shared the challenges that they face. And one of the challenges that also came up in our discussions was the desire to improve our immigration system, whereby families can more easily access family reunification. We know that under previous Liberal governments and of course under the previous Conservative government that there were significant cuts in the area of family sponsorship and family reunification. And I should note at this juncture that I'm very proud that in my own home province in Manitoba, thanks to the work of the NDP government there, we were able to develop a very robust provincial nominee program that allowed for us to welcome immigrants to our province in a very sincere way that ensured people were supported when they came, that families could come together, that people were able to access language programming and services as well as job opportunities. And this was at a period of time where unfortunately we saw the federal government move further and further away from family reunification in the context of immigration. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that this is a huge issue in many communities across Canada. This is an issue that sadly we have yet to see the government act on. And while, yes, there have been important commitments and certainly there's been important action when it comes to dealing with the refugee crisis and welcoming many Syrian families to Canada, we've also been very outspoken in the NDP that there needs to be that same kind of compassion shown when it comes to our immigration system. And that Mr. Speaker, is very, something that we hope that the government will take seriously. So in the spirit of building a more diverse country, let it not just be about the statements of support, but let it be about action, including addressing the family reunification or supporting family reunification in our immigration system. When it comes to also supporting, like I said, language programming, and supporting community, offering support like the federal government used to do in a much bigger way to communities who want to make sure that their languages continue and that, like I said, their kids and grandkids can still be connected to who they are and their identity, and also that there be support for community centers. And I recognizing that my time is coming to an end, I want to acknowledge that there have been instances where the federal government has played a key role, including, contributing funds to building the community center that I hold dear, the Greek Community Center in Winnipeg, in my own province. And the federal government did step up and work with our provincial government, and of course, alongside, added to the many charitable donations made by Greek Canadians in my province, and was able to construct a beautiful community center that we're all very proud of. And so that commitment to infrastructure when it comes to cultural communities is critical. It's it's part of how we should be seeing the need to support immigrant communities, and so I hope that in going forward we look at yes the symbolic, but very importantly at the substantive and where the government could be working with all of us, working with our communities to build a stronger and more diverse country that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough Centre. I'd like to remind her that she has about 2.5 minutes, so I'm sure she'll find something good to say.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure to rise in the House today to speak to motion M24, moved by my good friend and neighbour, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park. I'm pleased to support this motion, which, in my opinion, would do something that is very long overdue: recognize every January in Canada as Tamil Heritage Month. Other jurisdictions have already led the way. In Ontario legislature, the Tamil Heritage Month Act was passed in 2014 to proclaim every January as Tamil Heritage Month, a time to celebrate and educate future generations about the inspirational role Tamil Canadians have played in Canadian society. The City of Toronto has also recognized January as Tamil Heritage Month for some time, and every year a wide variety of events take place across the city to celebrate the richness of Tamil arts, culture and cuisine, and recognize outstanding Tamil Canadians. Cities across Ontario, such as Mississauga, Markham, Ottawa, Brampton, Pickering, Ajax, and Whitby, have all long recognized the contributions of Tamil Canadians with Tamil Heritage Month celebrations. Last January saw members from all parties come together for the first Thai Pongal on Parliament Hill, celebrating the Tamil Hindu Harvest Festival with dancing, music, and sweets. It was a great evening enjoyed by all who attended. So, is it not time, Mr. Speaker, that all Canadians recognize January as Tamil Heritage Month? It is also fitting that a member from great community of Scarborough is moving this motion to recognize the Canadian Tamil community, because in Scarborough we are blessed to have one of the largest Tamil communities in Canada. In Scarborough and across Canada, the Tamil community adds so much to the rich cultural diversity that makes our country great. The richness of the Tamil language and the Tamil culture is an asset to Canada and a living example of what the Prime Minister likes to state. We are stronger not in spite of our diversity, but because of our diversity. In fact, the Tamil language is one of the oldest and longest surviving classical languages in the world, tracing its roots back to Tamil Brahmi inscriptions that were found in an archaeological site in Tamil Nadu dated to 500 BC. This is truly a rich and diverse culture worth celebrating. Tamil Canadians are making a difference in all walks of Canadian life. They are the business owners that are creating our jobs, the teachers that are helping to guide our children into adulthood, the doctors and nurses that care for us when we are sick. On many weekends, I enjoy the Tamil food in Scarborough. Thank you.
The time provided for consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. When the item comes up again, the honourable member for Scarborough Centre will have 7 minutes remaining. It being 2:21, the House stands adjourned until Monday, May 30th, 2016 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 28.2 and 24.1.